technically we have 3 out of 4 people because the 5th person is gone forever. He's not dead. I check in on him every week, but he doesn't think he'll be coming back before the campaign's over. So if he does, then he will. But we'll see what happens. All right. Today's Factspiration question 403 is in the weird stuff category.
Ooh, nice.
We've had this one before. I'm gonna reroll.
Just go up one.
Let's go up
Stay
one.
Stay in the weird stuff category.
Nah, that's dumb. All right.
What was the question?
The question was, would you rather live a peaceful life in a small cabin in the woods or a drama
okay,
filled
yeah.
I think we've had it twice.
Yeah.
What? Move 2 up, I guess. Damn. All right. And we've had this one, I think. Would you rather be in jail for 5 years or be in a coma for a decade?
Yes,
Maybe
we have had that one.
Okay, we're gonna roll one more time. Guys, this is a sign. If we got 500 questions, we're getting repeats. Let me see. 344. If you could eliminate one thing from your daily routine, what would it be and why?
You'll hear me. No.
I feel like we haven't. This was fine. Let's go with it.
Darling, as handsome as I am, I'm not part of your daily routine.
All right. So, while you ruminate on that question, would anybody for a recapspiration, demonstration, that lasts forever until you use it, and also doesn't count against your 3 maximum? Want to sum up what happened last time? All right, Orin, going once, going twice. I got a special treat for Orin today, so this is good.
Special treat?
Right.
Oh, man.
All right, Orin, you're up first. No, that's not Orin. That's that other guy. Antigone. All right, hold on. You all look the same. Okay.
There we go.
Can't just say that about it.
Disguise is too good.
You can't say that. We're not all disguised as Tritons now.
Oh, really? What? Is somebody else disguise something else?
Generic side knights.
No, I'm referring back to when we infiltrated.
Oh, sorry. That's the power of a uniform when you have such a low perception like me. When everyone just looks the same. So. All right, take it away.
All right. Last time on Mythic Odysseys, having assembled the new fates, including the Lotus Witch, Versi of Astoria, and Lana of Arisia, we begin to discuss what we need to fix the loom, and it's determined that we need to recover some of the best craftsmen that inhabit Thylea and assemble them here to reconstruct it and unweave the tangled threads of fate that our battle with the previous fate has wrought. So, in order to do that, we begin to devise a plan to discover the whereabouts of Sibo's father, Joyous. We know that he's been captured by Sidon and he's being held somewhere, but we're unsure. We decide that on the next morning that we're going to scry on him and determine his location, despite the risks posed by the rips in reality that are causing magic to behave strangely. As we bed down for the night, we are visited by a great number of strange dreams. Julian sees the Cyver that never was, or the Cadmus that never was, more so. Andronicus sees a family that he's forgotten. Maya and Orin both see calamity on the horizon that may yet come to pass. And Sibo, whatever he sees, he does not deign to share it with us. As the next morning comes, we set up far from the caves of the Fates to hopefully mitigate any issues that arise from scrying on Joyous. And after a few attempts, we are successful and able to determine that Joyous and Sudro Mikhail are being held within a prison on yonder, though Gaius, upon visiting them, has reported that they are going to be moved or visited by Hergeron. Thus, the hero's prophecy need to move quickly to extricate them if we are to enlist their aid in fixing the loom. With that in mind, we set out to plan a heist, eventually settling on infiltrating via tree stride from Maya and taking the form of the wind to slip into the prison unnoticed to their chambers, where we'll break them out. As we make our way into the prison, we find it more or less as expected. Gaius's room, there are letters that detail some of the going-ons of the side knights, questioning about Sidon's decisions and things of that nature, but we leave that as it is and continue on. We eventually do make it to Joyous and Mikhail, but we're unable to free them quite yet, as we need to deal with the rest of the prison. So, we begin to engage them as Sidon's cover, doing battle with them as a test to prove their merit in Sidon's eyes. And that's where we find ourselves now, with Maya venturing into the prison to free them, Andronicus in their massive form fighting atop the wall alongside Julian and Sibo, and myself in the courtyard fighting against other guys.
Alright, fair enough. Okay. And that's where we left off, yeah? Pinned by CrashGem, entering round 2, need to roll in barracks and officers' quarters. Dom would like swarms added or minions. Red has our wild surges, help being sent to library. Maya bamboozled Gigan hero in his inside fort near cells. Okay. Okay. Seems legit. Okay. Would anybody like to answer the question this week? If you would, go ahead and roll a d20 into chat. Uh-oh.
Damn, Julie. He really wants to let us know he's going to eliminate from his daily routine.
Plus, I'm getting all those 20s out of the way.
I got a private message just now, and my heart stopped beating because I thought one of you guys was plotting to kill another one of you guys. Then I remembered it's Sunday night and not Sunday morning, so it's okay.
Tyranny
Alright.
is so
All
fucking
hostilities
relieved.
out in the open.
All right, Julian of Mitros, answer the question. If you could eliminate one thing from your daily routine, what would it be and why?
This is a little gross, but needing to
Poop.
go to the bathroom,
Yep.
it takes up time.
Yep.
I just wish that our bodies were so efficient that they could just use up all the food and liquids that we consume. I don't want to not eat, because eating is joy, or eating the right food. But micturating and defecating, it's unnecessary, I feel. At least it should be unnecessary.
You know who else feels that way? You know who else feels that way? Ooh.
I know who doesn't feel that way. That's like half of Sibo's casting components, so he definitely would not want to give up shitting. If anything, he wants to be able to do it more.
Well, especially now that Sibo has gone off and, had a family and raised kids, he understands that pooping is sometimes the only time that you have your time.
Wonder if Sibo the player understands that.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think he does.
I am sure that Sibo the player understands the value of hiding in the bathroom strategically. All right. Not that I would. I don't. That's crazy. Okay. I will add your Faxpiration buff, and then here's the thing. You guys are level 17. I have every confidence that these guys will not be able to kill you, and while it would be really cool to watch you fight 100 dudes, what if, and just hear me out on this, what if we shelve the combat and we just make it a skill challenge?
Oh yeah.
All right. Now hear me out here. There's going to be higher stakes if it's a skills challenge. That the fail state would be one or both of the people you're trying to save does not get saved. Like essentially they either die or something happens, but success means you get them and you get out, and it's all good. I would assume that an extreme fail state, which you guys never get in skill challenges, so I don't even know why we'd have to explore it, would be very powerful reinforcements arrive that would actually be a threat to you and to your people, and then you'd have to fight them. So, is there an interest in just skill challenging your way through this, or do you want to just lean on the tried and true 5th edition combat system? And I mean, you do have the superior stats, but you certainly don't have the superior action economy. So,
How many,
here, I'll throw
what
a
sort of
little poll up
DC
for
or
you.
what sort of DC or how many successes are we looking at for this skill challenge? Ballpark.
That's
you
the thing. He's not gonna tell us.
I've
Well, you
got.
are.
I'm much better at 5th edition combat than 5th edition skills. I'll let you know.
I see. Well, these are the skills that would obviously be the most important: athletics, perception, intimidation, persuasion, arcana, or another magic-related skill. Because we kind of take a page out of Pathfinder's book and say that, you know, religion is for divine casting, nature is for primal casting, and then survival. So those are the skills that we would be mostly leaning on in this skill challenge.
The only one Maya's good at is perception.
So you'd be keeping a lookout.
I'm a boss at athletics. So.
Didn't hear acrobatics in there. Sure didn't gloss over that one. That one's in there. Hey, sick
You're like,
backflip.
oh, I must have misread
Oh,
it.
there
I
it
must
is.
have misread
Oh,
it.
nice. Okay.
Athletics or
Pounding around.
acrobatics.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well, let's fucking do it. Fuck it.
All right. Anyone opposed to doing
Worst case
trying to do skills?
scenario. Yeah, worst case scenario, we're just back in a fight, or we get a dead guy, we got a res.
I'm gonna answer the factspiration question too. So obviously, there used to be some part of Andronicus's daily ritual where he'd be like really sad, but he actually he recently eliminated that, and
Nice.
so he doesn't do that part anymore. He feels vaguely confused at times when it feels like he's trying to remember something, but he just can't. But
Like, it's time for sadness, but you're like, why? Maybe
Yeah,
I just have a
exactly.
chemical imbalance.
yeah.
Since I don't have a real reason for being sad, I'm not trying to trivialize clinical depression, but
Right, you just
Andronicus
need to-
now. I wake up every morning and I piss excellence.
yeah.
You just need to drink more water, I think.
Oh,
Hydration,
man, yeah.
very important.
Have you tried exercise? Have you tried exercise?
I think you need to lose weight.
Have you
Damn.
tried just like not being sad, bro?
Yeah, maybe stop throwing a pity party and look at your amazing life and like stop being so selfish.
You
Oh,
gotta pull
jeez.
yourself up by your bootstraps.
God, we should be psychiatrists. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got this great theory about
school
lobsters.
psychiatrists. We should be school psychiatrists. Like, we, you know,
Or-
really cut the issue off at the root. You know what I'm saying? So, if you teach kids that they should never be sad, then adults will never be sad. It's so simple. Anyways, yeah, let's start the skill challenge. Think you
Ooh.
guys are. What's up?
So I do have lost luck, so I am gonna be a disadvantage for all of these checks.
That sounds
But,
fun.
I've got a plus 17 on athletics. Like, I think this is probably still fine.
I mean, I am the guy that called down a comet down on himself and some other key players. So I have no room to throw stones, but your rolls are always the greatest. So
Dang, bro.
I mean,
Dang.
it doesn't matter.
Like,
It doesn't matter.
Even if I roll a 1, I get an 18. Like,
Okay.
I mean, when it's all a disadvantage,
Well,
you know,
I'm gonna
there's
tell
nothing
you
slowing
what.
down.
Per the 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons system, this is a hard encounter because you are trying to rescue 2 very squishy men from not a max security prison, but a military fort. You know, if anybody's trying to steal the Apache helicopter in Grand Theft Auto, you know what I'm talking about here. Yeah. So like, it's gonna be, that means the DCs are gonna be 25 for this challenge. So just throwing that out there. That is the 5th edition D&D. They do have a scaling table for DCs. So, oh geez. Apparently, there's some people singing in the background. Hype. All right. Hmm. Do you sing the whole time, or do we switch to? Oh, we really do. Oh shit. Man, hold on.
But is it in a language that's going to get us a copyright strike?
That's true. That's true. If they
No,
don't stream the game in Greece, I mean, I think we'll be fine. All right.
Little do we know, we have a huge following.
No, we don't. I've seen
Oh
the
yeah.
data.
No, they're all in Greece. You're not looking
Yeah,
at the
it's
Greek data.
We got America. We got Germany. That's it. I think we got a
I
few
mean,
people in
that's.
the UK. Got a few
I
people in
mean,
the UK.
that's all we need. That's all we
Yeah.
need.
Dang. The rest of the world, you exist. I see you. All right. So, as we roll into round 2, the DM is like, "Wow, there's a lot of people in this fight," and I think even if we turn them into troops, it would be a real pain in the ass. So, yeah, let's go ahead and switch this to a skill challenge. So you see, rushing from all the buildings is just a lot of dudes start pouring out into the fighting area. So what we're gonna do is we'll end this combat.
No,
We'll
drag
throw
us
you
over there.
guys.
We're still on the main frame.
Oh, my bad, my bad. You guys didn't get to see them all pour out of the thing. I like scripted this beautiful patrol script so that you could see them all come out one by one and arrange themselves neatly. I didn't really do that.
Is it like the crazy 88s from Kill Bill?
Yeah, it's definitely those vibes.
I prefer when they
Awesome.
just fly in from off screen.
No. All right. Yeah. So there's quite a few of them like pouring out from everywhere. And then you got people that are coming down the road. It's a whole thing. Okay. This lady's thinking too much. Hold on. I could have sworn I listened to this one, but I might have listened to it off stream while I was prepping, and that's why it's on the list of like good songs for this campaign. Let me see. Most badass vocal action. Let's see. This will be good. Okay. Sorry, lady. You were amazing. It's not you, it's us. All right. Okay. So let's add you guys back into initiative here for this here skill challenge. All right. So the goal is pretty clear. You are trying to rescue 2 men from the interior of the space. Well, 1 man is a priority. The other guy would like to be rescued. Yeah. Mikhail would like to be rescued, but he is completely optional. You throw that over in the optional side of the menu. Currently, the complication is someone has drawn the attention of every single person that lives and works at this fort, and help has been sent from the main base up the hill. Things that are going in your favor: Gaius and his dragon are not currently here. Pergeron, god of something or rather, is not here either. So that's good. However, you have faced them in battle for 1 whole combat round, and then we all started to have like flashbacks to the sand pits of Themis. And so now you realize, like, hey, we're level 17. We should be doing like super heroic shit, not just fighting like an endless supply of CR3 enemy soldiers and giants. And that's where we come into this. Now, do you guys want Thebes to be rolled into this or no?
What's his skill set looking like here?
I mean,
If
he's got a lot of
How good
stuff.
is history?
Siebes not rolled in, he can provide 1 person once per round his reaction
Guidance.
guidance. Yep.
That's pretty good.
All right, so you want to keep him as like a mechanic to help you guys?
He'd be good at the magic skills, though. I think.
Yeah, his Arcana is going to be way higher than mine.
It's
So
true.
can we not roll Julian in, and instead? No.
Can we
Tag out.
just get? Can we just like get rid of Julia and have Adam S just like deal with all Raph?
Oh
Yeah.
dang, bro. I mean, you know. All right, let me find Sibo then. I'll roll him in. Then he will not be granting guidance during this skill challenge. Oh, he's this little guy down here. There he is. All right, begin combat. I'm gonna roll a d5 real quick. I know all my rolls are hidden. That's fine. Andronicos, you are up first in this here skill challenge. You're down on the ground again? Question mark? Or are you flying 50 feet in the air?
I think I got moved out of the way so that we could see what was below me.
Oh,
I think
right, because
you
we're
were on
supposed to
top
have
of me.
Z scatter and token rescue, right?
Yeah.
Let's
I'm
see.
actually like over here.
All right, hold on.
Above
Z
all these.
scatter and token. I don't think I have token rescue anymore. I just have Z scatter. All right, hold on. It'll refresh this. Dang, this music's getting like, it's really excited about this.
This seems like
Yeah,
some Conan stuff. This is pretty good.
Yeah, I would say that this is probably so good it could have been in Baldur's Gate 3. That's how good this music is. So, I'd say it's so good that Borislav Slavov probably composed this music. Maybe.
Can't wait for the Pinkertons to come break
Speaking
my
of
ankles.
BG3,
Say what?
speaking of
Yeah?
BG3, I actually got a new friend who has nothing to do with TTRPGs to try it, and I
Oh,
think you're
okay.
going to be hooked.
Nice. That story was already a happy story because you said you had a new friend.
No,
And I was
it's not
like,
new.
I was so happy for you. I was like, aw, that's nice.
Well, not new friend, best friend, but they don't play D&D or anything like that. So
Gotcha. Okay.
Not
Alright.
yet.
not yet. Exactly.
Yeah, gateway drugs. Okay, now we're
Mhm.
back in. We can move just big boy back on top of the wall, and everybody should scatter ? If he is the same height as them. Yay, it's working. Okay. So what are you doing, big boy? This is not a Pathfinder skill challenge. So this is a 5e skill challenge, which means most of the heavy lifting and bullshitting is on the players. So tell me, what do you do?
Literal heavy lifting.
Would you guys say this is a moderate stakes challenge or a high stakes challenge? I feel like fixing the Loom of Creation is high stakes.
That is more than fair.
Yeah,
That's
fixing
true,
the loom
but
is
don't-
high stakes, but rescuing these two schmucks is low stakes.
Yeah,
I'd say.
I don't know if these two particular.
Low
Schmucks?
stakes. Okay.
Orin's at the point where as long as their body makes it out, he's good with that.
Wow. You're starting to lean on your boss a little too much, bro. I'm just saying. Like,
He's worn out.
okay, all right. Well, you're the one with the boss bar, so all right. We'll say that it's a moderate stakes challenge. In so much as long as you have, I mean, according to Orin, it really doesn't fucking matter. You just ask Etheria to bring him back to life for you if you fuck up. All right. So, goodbye, Pride. That means you guys will need 7 successes before 3 failures.
So are these like cannonball type things here?
I will say that 1 failure will result in one of the 2 gentlemen being maimed in some way. 2 failures means Mikkel is killed. 3 failures means Mikkel and Joyous are killed. No pressure.
I mean, and we have
DC 25 diminishing returns.
and Sibo is inside the initiative.
Yeah, you guys asked for him to be inside the
man.
initiative.
He's going to try and make us lose.
Oh my
I
god.
mean, if we're role playing properly, yes. That's why I asked if you wanted it to be. Anyways, Andronicos, don't think about any of that. You're a barbarian. Don't worry about that stuff. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna pick up these very spherical stones, and
Okay.
I'm gonna be the turret now,
Nice.
using an athletics check.
It is interesting that there are these cannonballs on this thing. Just whatever. Tom, it's okay. We don't think they're cannonballs. We just think they're really nice round rocks. Wait, they got giants here. That's probably what it is. They probably use it shot putting for fun, for throwing.
Yeah, it's the sling bullets for the
It's the
giant.
holes down there. They drop them through the holes on top of people.
I was pretty sure they just use them for sport, but yeah. All right, that is a success. Yeah, that is a big success. So you're just throwing them and just beaning people with them, right?
Yep.
Is that the play? Okay, so you're like Luffy's grandpa. You just fucking chucking not cannonballs, ham fisting them just off the wall, just knocking people out left and right. It's beautiful. All right. So yeah, people's heads just crack open, their chest cavities implode, their guts shoot out their assholes. They cry out prayers to Sidon for mercy as they fall dead on the ground, as you just start lobbing these cannonballs. Now they are suddenly realizing maybe they should be taking some cover as they approach. All right. Play passes to Sibo, Fate's Fool. Sibo says, "Wait, hold on. If we fail, my dad dies? Is that did you guys hear that right?"
He's also gonna do an athletic check. Not that light hammer.
There's a guy right here. I'm gonna shove him off the edge. Athletics check. He looks at all of you like, You gonna try to stop me? No?
See,
All right, good.
don't fucking do it.
You respect my role playing? Thank you.
Sibo, use that big brain of yours.
Oh, good idea.
Think.
Headbutt. Oh no! I tried, guys. Dad, I'm so sorry. That is one failure.
We got 3 rounds then.
All right. Next up is Maya. No, wait. Why did it go there? All right, hold on. Andronikos, and then Sibo. All right, Maya, to you.
All right. I'm inside this room by myself right now, so she's gonna
Yes, you were downstairs. Yep.
She's gonna do a lookout and to make sure the coast is clear before she goes down into the cell.
Now I will say
Perception.
this. Like, this is like in your court, but like you should also still be moving around the map and actually moving towards rescuing these guys. So like that's, as part of the thing. All right, so you're gonna be on lookout. Yeah, you're looking out the door.
So I'm
you're looking
I'm
around.
looking out the door, make sure no one sees me while I go back into the
All right,
back up into the thing.
Fair enough. Beautiful. All right, give me that roll. I know it's a success already. I don't even have to check, but you just roll it anyways, just in case.
When you say it like that.
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, I realized that his was secret, but yeah, he got a 14. There was no way he could have gotten a 25. It's almost like It's almost like he's sabotaging your attempts. It could have just been a guidance, but nope. You guys had to put him in initiative. All right, so that's 2 successes, 1 failure. You need to get to 7 before 3. Well done, Maya. Play passes to Orin.
Oh, whoops. Let me do that.
All right, what was that? What was that? I see a bunch of rolls popped out of Orin.
That was automatic blind roll. I didn't even see him. I was trying to open my sheet.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right. So you said acrobatics and perception. Does medicine or medicine factor in at all here? Acrobatics.
Well, we have 1 failure, so I feel like medicine could factor in by you saying, "Oh shit, Sudro, I see that you're injured."
Yeah, I think Orin's busy with. Sudra can sort himself out. All right. What Orin's gonna be doing is he is acrobatically running amongst these many soldiers, leading them, kind of trying to provide distractions, openings for Andronicus to chuck his rocks, and making sure that they are not anywhere
mobile
near.
Bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Bait.
Leading them away from the 2 prisoners we're after.
All right, that's spicy as hell. Okay.
I like it.
All right, give me that acrobatics check. DC 25.
I'll succeed at the cost.
Oh my goodness. Would you guys say that this is an out of combat or in combat?
Whichever's worse.
I mean, it's technically out of combat. It's a skill challenge, but we are in the middle of a fight.
The in-combat stuff would affect this, like the getting baned while doing this and stuff like that would also affect these rolls, wouldn't it?
Yeah, true, true, true. Mm,
But so also some of them could be really bad, like you get confused and then that's you pretty much fail. So I would say maybe out of combat.
Out of combat's probably better for skill. I think that's what we usually do in these skill challenges. We just never replaced the combat with the skill challenge before. Uh, Prime got really into replacing non-boss fights with skill challenges towards the end because they got to the point where they're just fighting shit that was just like, what the fuck. Unlock, you gain a misfortune token. It's not too bad.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. Plus, I mean, look at this, you're not casting spells, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's gotta be nice. Not casting any spells.
We'll see about
Or
that.
you,
'Cause,
okay. Julian, speaking of not casting spells, remember in these skill challenges, sometimes you can substitute a well-planned spell for a skill check. All right, so what are you doing to contribute to this?
Let's see. Hold on. What's my distance to Sibo? Okay. So I'm going to go up to Sibo. I don't care about the opportunity attacks that would be coming my way because I've got Adam S equipped as extra armor, so I'm immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. So I would go up to Sibo, and I would try and use persuasion with him.
Okay.
And I would say, Sibo, I understand that you hate your father. If you could help us get him out in one piece, I promise you, we will find a way to balance the scales later on.
He says this as he's like trying to push this dude off the battlements, and it's just not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And he looks over at you and he says, "All right." And he makes the "come on, give it to me" gesture, waiting for your persuasion roll. I would say convincing a saboteur in your ranks is probably yeah. So you would know if you succeed or not. So I'll just show it to you. You got a 16. You're trying to get a 25. This would be a second failure. The death of Mikhail.
I'll reroll with my recapspiration
Okay.
since I've got one.
You're at a plus 11. Ooh.
It's
Okay.
even worse.
It's one better. Wait, you do have your
I was going to use my
Backspiration.
Backspiration.
All right, it's what, a D12 now?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, never mind. Mikhail is alive and well. Congrats. All right, you have 4 successes, 1 failure. You need 7. Going into the next round. All right. Let me see. Is there a way to shuffle these guys up a little bit? Nope. All right. And we can't roll them. Comment tracker. All right. I'll see who goes first this
Go
round.
reverse.
I'll just randomize who goes first. 5. Julian, you're first in round 2.
Okay, I passed myself into the new round. How far away are the messengers?
Oh shit! Hold on, before you go between rounds. Complications. As the battle goes on. Okay, the fortress. Okay. Oh no. All right. Okay. All right. As you guys are fighting, you see. Well, you probably hear before you see the roaring of dragons. You look to the sky and you see from up the hill 3 dragons take flight and begin winging higher and higher into the air and closer to the fort. The soldiers on the ground look up, they point, they cheer, their morale goes up, and they continue to swarm after Oren and start flooding into the prison block with Maya. All right, now you're up, Julian.
Okay, so that answers that question. So they have called the reinforcements have been summoned. Shit. So they're already going into the cell block with.
Well, a couple of
Maya.
them are heading inside. Yeah, a couple of them are
Okay.
heading inside.
Shit, I don't want to have to do this, but we need some serious crowd control. Really don't want to do this.
Just go with the flow, bro.
Yeah. I don't think there's any real. Yeah, there's no need to upcast it. So I'm going to avoiding. Um, I don't think Julian can be scary enough. So I'm gonna drop a hypnotic pattern on the
Ooh,
worst
okay.
of them to try and stop the mad rush into.
Because of the risks involved with casting a spell,
Yeah.
I will allow this to be an automatic success. But it would use up the spell slot.
Yep.
You'd be concentrating.
Yep.
And then you would possibly be dealing with some business here. Let's see what happens.
I know. It's just I'm worried about the minions more that swarming us, especially Maya.
Oh, also, Oren, I need you to roll me a d30 from earlier. And Julian, I need you to roll me a d30 from earlier, because you guys, keep screwing with dice rolls.
Okay.
Actually, Julian, I need you to roll me a d30 twice, because you screwed with the dice rolls twice. So.
D30,
I
right?
completely
A
forgot.
d30, yep.
18.
18, spicy. Oh. Okay. Well, I'll send this over to Red. Red, the keeper of Oren's secrets.
He always is.
Okay. Let's see. Julian got a 5. Oh, well, that would change you casting this spell right now. Because number 5 last round would silence you for 24 hours. So as you earnestly tried to explain to Sibo not to fuck you guys over for the pettiness of like not liking his dad. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing. The words kind of cut off in your throat, but he saw that you were so choked up over saving his dad that he gave you the bro nod, like he's gonna cut the shit, and it was still a success. And then 25. Oh, okay. You don't know what that one does.
Great. Something
All
else you
right.
got to send to Red?
Yes, Red is keeping the secret as well. So, rewinding it a little bit, Julian, your turn comes up and you find yourself unable to call forth the words you need. As a sorcerer, though, this shouldn't be a problem. You just use still spell or something.
Yeah, I would have to burn a sorcery point or two to get the subtle spell off.
Okay. All right, so you're still going to go for it. That will be the 5th success. And let's see if anything spicy happens. Oh. Okay. Pick a color, Julian.
Okay. Blue.
Blue.
Why blue?
Wow, that's really nice of you. All right, so as you drop the hypnotic pattern on this big group of people down there, somehow missing Oren in the crowd, not only do they all just sort of like stand there in a stupor, staring into space, but suddenly and violently, vibrant blue smoke begins to spew from their nostrils, their noses, their ears, and from underneath their skirts. Those who witness it gasp, for blue is the color of Lord Sidon, his favorite color. And they all marvel at this spectacle, wondering if maybe this is some sort of test. That is your 5th success.
My asshole is shitting blue smoke, and it must be a mark of the gods. There was much rejoicing.
All right. Play Praxis to Andronicos.
So how much does the diminishing returns affect?
Oh, we'll raise the DC by 2, so it'll be a DC 27 this time.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just gonna are in our little thing here, are Sutro and Joyous still in the cells?
Yeah. I mean, they're still in the cells. We need somebody to kind of get close to them. But if you get to 7 and you haven't actually reached the cells, I guess you could just tell me what happened, and then like that'll be
Just
cool.
rip the
And
fucking roof
those
off the
cells,
thing.
Oh,
they
rip
were
the
like-
roof off the
they were like
thing.
right here, right?
I mean, I'm not at liberty to tell you exactly where they are, but I mean, Maya did
Start
go down
ripping.
this hatch. Yeah, Maya did go down this hatch.
They're farther-
somebody
farther out.
tapped this over here. I wonder what that. Are they interested in this brazier? I don't know.
I
It's
have
weird.
I have an insane movement speed. So
Okay.
yeah, I'll move all the way over here, and yeah, I'm just gonna rip the roof off.
All right, give me that athletics check.
Maya's all discreetly infiltrating.
Oh, you're trying to get a 27 with diminishing returns. Uh-oh.
If only there was some way to add a 1 to your die roll. Shucks.
That's a nice try, though. That's a nice try. All right, I guess when you ripped up the
Just
roof.
wait a damn second. Sir.
You broke a nail.
Oh, I was gonna say that the roof falls on top of Mikhail.
No, I don't want to hurt Mikhail. I'm
Okay, not in this time.
short. Yeah, hit me with that cost.
Oh, is that what you? If you insist. Mixed up. Your lack of mental confidence imposes disadvantage to knowledge checks. Until the end of
What are
your
you gonna
next long rest. That's not
do?
too bad. Give me a D30 though. I should probably swap out this D484 for a D30. I don't think this is going to be going on for a while. Oh, okay. So, Andronicos, you run over and like the good Hulk, like like a cool Hulk, not some of the lamer Hulks that we've seen, but like you run over and you just kind of like, and you just like punch your fist into the roof, and then like you just tear the fucking roof off and just throw it into the sky. One of the dragons that's approaching us do like a fucking barrel roll to get out of the way of the fucking roof you threw at it. It's so fucking cool. And then you vanish.
What?
God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Is he still on the SIBO network?
Is the Nyx covered by the SIBO network?
I don't
Same
know if it's
plane, right?
I don't know if it's multiplanar.
It's just border ethereal, right? It's the Nyx. So, telepathic bond. On the same plane of existence.
Ethereal
I
plane
feel-
is technically its own plane, so
Yeah, so I guess you guys
Overlaid.
would suddenly have to be a sudden interruption of service, I guess, as
He's dead.
so yeah, you are adrift in the starry expanse of the
now, is
the
it like
Nyx.
border ethereal is in D&D? It's like, can I still see in like in regular cosmology, or am I just like floating in unformed star stuff?
So you were definitely doing, like, if you guys recall Oren's magical adventure when he was thrown off the Ultros when you guys were in the
Yeah.
Nyx or whatever. Yeah, you are sort of just adrift in star stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So while in this state, you are gone for an undetermined amount of time, and you, yeah, you could pretty much just float or swim, or fly, however you interpret it, through this sea of stars. Um, but for now, you are removed from the board. All right, there is now a big ass hole in the ceiling here. All right, hell yeah. Play passes to Stebo. Okay, Stebo thinks real hard about the promise that he just made to Julian. He sighs. All right, let's see. He wants to get over to that hole so he could get down there and save everybody. And the best way to do that would be to cast Far Step. Wow. He said he would succeed. He didn't say how. So he will begin Far Stepping, and in doing so, he will trigger a wild magic surge. I'm so sad that Ari's missing all this. This was
his
gonna
alley.
be
He'd be in his
this
fucking
was gonna
element.
be yeah, this is gonna be his arc, I guess. Wow, that's cool. All right, he unlocks a new superpower. He can now become invisible whenever he's in neck-deep water.
If it's deeper than neck
he
deep.
casts watery
as a
tentacles on
halfling?
himself, wraps himself with those tentacles, and he
Yep.
becomes invisible.
Yep.
What happens if it's
Yeah, but
deeper
the
than
water
neck deep? Is water that's over his head still neck deep because it's covering his neck, or like if it's at
I would
least
say
neck
yes,
deep?
because it came up to his neck before it went over his head.
Yeah, if he
Hmm.
wraps himself in a little cocoon, yeah, that's fine. So, all right. So anyways, then he disappears. Let's see. So he'll move with his movement, and then he'll bamf down the hole. And then you'll hear his dad say, "Aren't you a little short to be a hoplite?" And then you don't hear a reply because he's doing that thing where like he hears like the Kill Bill sirens in his head, and he's trying like to kind of he's trying to master himself. All right, that is 6 successes. Maya, finish this up for us. You either win the challenge or kill Mikkel.
No pressure. Really though, no.
I mean, technically, if
all
you're
right.
trying not to mess up the timeline, guys, you should probably leave Mikkel here because he's supposed to be rescued by you guys later on in the tower.
We're way past that.
I mean, oof. I mean, the rest of I mean, there was not supposed to be any wild magic in that timeline too, you know?
You keep
Yeah, I
bringing
think
that up.
it's a little too late to not
It's
mess
too
up
late.
the timeline.
All right. Let me see here.
I'm just trying to remind you guys. That's all. I thought we had a mission statement that we're trying to follow. That's all. It's fine.
All right. Let me see here.
There's a new mission statement. Fuck it, we ball.
All right. Oof, I don't have a lot of skills here. Besides insight and perception, I guess.
What are you playing? A druid? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check my spells real quick. Okay. For them to get out of the cell so that we can, get them. I do have a. Are they okay? When it ran in there, are they like tied up in restraints or anything like that?
Oh, the men in the cells?
Yeah.
Let's see. The men in the cells, they do have manacles around their ankles and around their wrists with a chain running between them.
All right.
But they are not chained to the walls or anything.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. I guess.
And there is also one Sidonite who continues to stand guard, refusing to back down.
Okay. Maya's gonna run in with the roof blown open, and I guess she'll cast polymorph on herself to turn into a mount for them to jump onto,
Oh
so we can fly out of here.
shit! So you're gonna do another spell cast to get an auto success?
Yeah. I don't. I mean,
Okay.
I don't have any other skills that can help with this. That can get it.
Wow. All
I
right.
mean, you could perceive the emotional weakness of the Cydonite and then destroy him with a word.
True.
I think it's 27.
All right, so you're gonna go for it. Here we go. I'm gonna hit the wild magic button. Uh-oh. All right, he'll be fine. Wait, you're
Which
the target.
he?
You're
There's
the
so many
target
of
of
us.
the. You're the target of the
looking at this.
spell, though. Okay, we'll have to keep this in mind then. I'll pin it. All right, I'm sure it's not a big deal though. All right, so what mount do you turn into?
Let me see. What's the limit here? It has to be animal or beast.
A beast, yeah.
Hmm.
You could turn into one of them behemoths.
Yeah, it'd be
Picklesaurus.
So
Oh, not that then.
I mean, it could be a flying behemoth. We've seen plenty of those.
Yeah.
yeah, flying behemoth, the biggest one.
The
a
roof's
big enough
open
one
now.
that they can both ride on. Yeah.
Okay, so like a skin wing behemoth.
Sure.
Okay.
A peacock, but really big.
Do you want a baby one because they're cuter, or no?
No.
Probably not. Probably not. Okay. All right. So you turn into a big one of these bad boys. Okay. Okay. There is an actual stat block for a huge one of these. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's called like a Quetzal.
Yeah,
or-
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah. It's got a pretty decent stat block, all things considered.
I mean, it was the god of the Aztec Empire. I would hope so.
Yeah, but like I don't know if it's called that in the game in 5e.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
not.
But it does have stats. It does, there's a big old yeah. Riding a Quetzalcoatl.
It's from Monsters of the Multiverse. It's this thing.
Yeah.
That's
All
what it's called.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Quetzalcoatlus. All right. Do I have access to that? No, I don't have any compendium. All right, that's fine. Yeah. So you turn
That's what it
into
looks like.
you turn into a big skin wing behemoth.
Look at that.
Kind of dorky looking.
Got a nice fucking mohawk.
Yeah. And all right. So you rush past this guy. He goes to stab at you. And then you're like, wah, 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 and you like change into this big ass flying giraffe, and then everybody climbs on. You reach down with your giraffe neck and your long ass pelican beak, and you grab Sudro Mikkel in your pelican beak, and you go to carry him out. Is that what happens? Yay, nay?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, that's what I do.
Okay. All right, so on you did a 1 fail for the challenge. On a 1, it will be Joyous. On 2, it'll be Mikkel. 2. All right, Mikkel, I'm going to say that some of the roof did fall on you. So we're going to go ahead and do... what kind of smashing injury would this poor fella have?
Concussion?
Here, let me turn this on real quick. A concussion would be pretty good.
He gets the scar across his eye that,
Gives him a +1 curse.
Yeah.
That game was wild this morning. It was a wild game. God damn, the nuns from Catholic school will be so proud of me.
It's normally wild, but yeah.
I don't think I've made people feel that bad in a long time. Like, man, I was really Catholic. Jesus was like smiling down at me. He was like,
You did good.
I like, yeah. Here's
Almost
one
getting into heaven
indulgence.
with that one. Almost.
Yeah. No, Catholics don't go to heaven.
Oh,
They go to purgatory, bro.
Oh, dang. Almost getting in
Yeah,
with that one.
They have to watch all the other Christians ride by on the bus to heaven and like wave at them, but they have to just hang out in purgatory. It's rough.
At least you know what you're getting.
So, yeah, that's true. That's true. But they used to have in-app purchase where you could like buy tickets to heaven. but they got rid of that system. So, I don't know.
Pulled the ladder up behind him.
Always born in the wrong time. Always born in the wrong time. Join the server after they got rid of the pay-to-win option. Okay. So, let's grab this here horrible malady. Get going. Maxwell's maladies. Yeah, that's what we want. That's the good stuff right there. Alright, so where's the table, bro? Are you a table? Let me see. I'm gonna go all this work and it's gonna.
I identify as a chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna do all this work and it's gonna be like you hurt your thumb. Your thumb is hurt. That's okay. Roll it. What happens to him? I'm so curious. Bruised, blue and black. His entire body aches, and he's left with some extensive, ugly bruises. Anytime he makes a strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check, blah, 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 he's fine. Stop complaining, Mikkel. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. All right, and with that, you guys would fly off. Well, Maya would fly off with your passengers in tow. Now you guys must explain to me. Well, that's you've successfully rescued the people. So now I need you guys to get the fuck out of this base. So let's see. Joyous. I think Joyous. All right. Would Sibo stay behind to help Oren escape, or would he trust that Oren and Julian could figure out a way to escape on their own?
Oh, I mean, obviously, we're busting out the motherfucking chariot.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, so you're gonna bust out the chariot and then
Oh,
fly
yeah.
off in it?
Yeah, he's like
Anybody
running.
wait around to see what happened to Andronikos, or are you just like, he'll figure it out?
He's got it.
Okay.
I mean, Oren's looking around. He's like, he sees Maya flying off as a bird, clutching. I'm assuming Sibo, Mikhail, and Joyous. I assume Julian's mounted up too, or where's Julian at? He's still on the wall?
Julian's up. He's still on the wall. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, you see Oren running towards you on the wall. He reaches into his back pocket and he produces the chariot. He clicks it like a Pokeball and he throws it out in front of him. He says, hop in, quick. Just careful though, don't scratch the leather.
Julian would very daintily get into the chariot because he knows that scratching the leather, scuffing leather would mean certain ejection from the chariot.
Indeed.
Honestly, with Andronikos' speed, I'm pretty sure no one can really catch him.
Sure.
That's true.
He's
Maybe
Is
you
that-
guys just thought that he did like a speedster thing, and after he ripped the roof off, he ran off to take care of something.
Have you seen Andronicus?
No, he
He's on the
kind of just
network.
vanished.
He probably did some sort of
He's holding-
speedster.
Yes.
Probably tapped into
I
his
guess.
speed spark and ran away.
When you polymorph, you are the creature, right? Your mind goes to the creature.
You
just know you're
squawk.
something else. So you just hear squawks on the network.
Maya's doing it. Much
Oh
better
shit!
alternative than the pecan.
What's that creature's intelligence level?
Wait. Oh yeah, the creature. It knows what you guys were trying to get
Yes,
up
it
to,
remembers the goal.
and it remembers who its friends are.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. All right. So before we forget, I'm gonna go to the fort. I'm gonna turn off Boss Oren, so that we don't have to look at Oren's health bar for the rest of the campaign. There we go. And then I'll take you guys back to
Two.
the dashboard.
Has an int of 2.
Damn.
It's not too bad. As far as bird creatures go.
You know, 10 wisdom too. You know.
It's very wise.
For an animal, though, that's kind of average wisdom.
Yeah.
They always give the animals pretty good wisdom. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna throw this up. There we go.
Oh wow, its challenge rating is 2. I can actually transform into this thing.
Nice. Add it to your wild shape list. Okay.
This is better than a fly fish.
While you
He's
guys are
slower.
while you guys are flying away, Andronikos, you are adrift in the Nyx. Here, I'll get you this ambient music and this. Oh, does it not show video when you do a Shift Z? That's unfortunate. Okay.
You have. I think you have to actually click on it and then hit the
Like show to
Like right
players
click.
or whatever.
yeah, the right click, and then there's like a little button on the left hand side or something like that.
Oh, I see it. Okay, you guys able to see it now?
Yep.
No.
Not even as the
Well, I see
background
it.
on the scene.
No, I
All
see.
right,
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Well, we'll just go with that. That's fine.
That's fine.
All right. So you are adrift in the Nyx, Andronicos, and your people, it is said, were formed from the Nyx by the dreams of Sidon, god of storms. In a way, you feel like a baby in the womb, safe, quiet here. There's nothing pulling at you, making demands of you. You are at peace. You seem to drift for an undetermined amount of time. Do you try to do anything particular, or do you just vibe?
No, I don't. I don't think. So we know a little bit about the Nyx, but does he know enough about it to know that that's where this is?
That's a great question. You
I mean, like,
haven't
I
had
felt that sort of
any.
affinity to it.
Yeah. So you have an affinity to it, and you have been here before when you guys were fighting for the fate of the Ultros. So I would say, yeah, you probably realized you're in the Nyx.
Did Oren tell us about what happened to him when he was floating when he went off the side of the ship?
Remember, you
Try
guys
not.
had the thing when you went to learn about your family. So you two have been in an expert together before, right?
Yeah, true.
The time when you went to Oren learned about your family.
That's true, yeah. But I don't have. I mean, obviously, my first instinct is I wanna see if there's anything that I can use it with through my connection to the Nyx to learn about anything related to Tritons and my family. But I don't remember my family, so I can't do that.
Well, you're pretty sure you had a mom and a dad. It's a shame you never got to meet them, but it's not like you hatched out of a rock. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe you did. You never really thought about it that hard.
See, I think he just sort of experiences it.
Okay.
Like he doesn't seek out anything in particular. He just floats.
All right. As you float and vibe, you hear a voice, and it says, "What are you?"
Some would say I'm a hero. Some would say I'm a god. I'm just a person.
Ah, I see. I know you. You are a friend to Maya.
Yes, I've known her for some time.
I don't know how you got here, friend of Maya.
Neither
But
do I.
can you tell her and then you're back on the wall of the fortress. And there's people all around, and they're fighting, and like there's people that are just like they're just violently seizing on the ground, and blue smoke's firing out of like all of their orifices. Like the whole like battlefield is just filled with blue smoke. In the air, you see a giant, like a huge skin-wing behemoth flying off. It's got like a pelican beak. You think there's a guy in there. There's also a more handsome version of Sibo, like riding on its back, like the fucking kid from like Neverending Story. He's like pumping his fist in the air as he flies off on it, and you can see like dangling from its feathered tail is like normal Sibo. You also see like the chariot off in the distance with Julian and Oren. They're being pursued by 3 dragon riders. People turn and they point and they say, "There, the giant Sidonite is back!" And then they all like get ready to fight you. Do you just speedster away?
Phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I've got a 80 foot without
Okay. All right.
dashing movement speed. Like,
All right. Where is your guys' meeting spot? Your pre-appointed. Did you have one? I'm assuming you had one, right? Like, you must have circled on this map somewhere. I'm looking. Let's see. Where's the circle on the map where they said they were gonna meet up?
my first instinct would be to go back to where we were picked up after the original mission here.
Really depends on where Quetzalcoatl Maya goes, though. Where they go to good roosting spot.
To Intelligence Maya, where do you feel that you would go that would be a safe place to take these babies?
To eat them.
You might be muted again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2 intelligence Quetzalcoatl form Maya, probably on top of a hilltop.
Okay,
somewhere.
so the goal here then is that you're trying to lose these dragon riders that are pursuing you.
Okay.
Okay. Now this is, I would say, low stakes, because worst case scenario, you guys would just have to fight them, and it's just 3 dragons with their powerful riders. Okay. So these are DC 20 skill checks for this particular aerial pursuit. And it would be everyone except Andronicos, who I guess is just running along the ground trying to keep up. I mean, it would be kind of cool if you just like were throwing shit from the ground. You know what? Fine, you're in the challenge too, bro. That's cool. All right, you need 5 successes before 2 failures. 1 failure, nothing bad happens. 2 failures, 50% chance dropping Mikhail to his death, or dropping Joyous to his death. Or they get, fried by breath weapons or some other horrible malady. So, again, low stakes, low stakes. Orange convinced me. These stakes are pretty low. All right,
Just have
so
to find
DC
them. Just get like a fingernail.
Worst thing that happens is Andronicus on the ground catches them and they die from the impact, but we have the body.
Oh,
Just
like
keep
Spider-Man trying to
keep
save
most
a
of their
girl from-
body parts.
I got you. Do you want Sibo to be in on this challenge, or do you want him to provide?
I think we want to have access to the guidance if we need.
Oh, the guidance. Okay, that sounds good.
But
All
it
right.
is, of course, that is a spell.
That's true. He's down for it. All right, who's up first? Maya started off for us.
All right. Since I'm in Quetzalcoatl form, I have to use skills of my Quetzalcoatl form?
Absolutely.
All right. They don't have any skills, so
Well, they have stats. I mean, everyone's got skills. You just don't have any training in any skills.
yeah. So and
DC
the
20
DC
though, right?
Oh, it's DC 20. Okay, so I mean that's possible.
This is this is
Alright,
not a hard encounter. Just escaping 3 dragon riders.
Right. I guess their best thing they can probably do is athletics, try and fly faster.
Okay.
I'm rolling this with a +2.
Oh my God, to get a 20?
Yep.
Okay.
Easy, I believe.
I
mean,
easy.
I don't know else I could really do.
It's just rolling dice, I guess. Oh, buddy. Why did you roll Arcana?
So it's a 19 with a plus 2.
17 plus 2? No, that's A. No, 17
what-
plus 2, it would have been a 19.
19. Oh, well. All right, let's see who dies. Mikhail or Joyous?
Oh,
I'll
you
succeed
said
at a
it 2
cost.
seconds.
Okay. You're going to succeed at a cost? Okay. All right, here we go. Unlucky. You gain a misfortune token. Also, give me a D30. 7. All right. As you modify your fate using your ability as an anomaly of fate, you feel the universe itself push back. Maya, you are blind for the next 24 hours.
Okay.
Oh,
This is
shit.
gonna make flying a little rough. Okay,
But
you begin to
goddamn,
fly.
are you doing it?
You begin to fly erratically in the air. Joyous is holding on for dear life. Sibo is shouting with excitement, and you hear muffled cries and then a gurgling sound of someone throwing up. You taste someone else's vomit in your beak. I
Who
mean,
that be?
you're a bird. You're probably into it, honestly.
I mean, that's how I feed my kids, you know?
Yeah, for sure. You have immediate flashback to like being level
man.
3 and Kyra explaining the baby bird to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I call this first aid technique the baby bird.
Yeah, now that she's been a Quetzalcoatl, polymorph, she understands.
Yeah, and then you have this other cut where you see Kyra nailed to a tree in the underworld. Anyways, we get back to it. Andronicus, to you. You were just fucking running, and you look up and you can see this aerial fight taking place, and you're just down on the ground, like all barbarians in high-level combat.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm down on the ground. I'm running. I run past a copse of trees that had a wildfire go through it at one point.
Oh,
and
nice.
so
Okay.
they've been sort of all the branches and leaves had burned off. It's just leaves like a spine of a tree.
Nice.
And so I rip it out and throw it at one of the dragons.
Okay, the whole tree, or just like a really nice branch that would make like a badass javelin kind of thing?
It's a fairly young tree. All right.
Oh,
So
okay.
just snap off the whole tree.
Oh, okay. You just
Fuck
pull the, and you gonna. All right, give me that athletics check. DC 20. Ooh,
God
that's
damn
rough.
it.
Oh, that's
I
rough.
literally just had to roll at least a 3.
It's fine. I mean, listen, he does. Neither of them dies. It's just one failure. 2 failure. One of them dies. It's fine. It's fine. So you just take the fail, take the F, as the kids would say. All right. Oh, is it the L? They take the L.
It would be take the L.
Take the L.
Yeah. Okay. The F is for respect. Man, it's hard to keep track. All right. I'm moving on. Yeah.
God damn it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, whatever. Hit me with it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want, here you go. Oh no, baby, you're winded. I mean, you are trying to keep up with like
Yeah, no fair.
five flying people. Yeah, over land. You're climbing over mountains and through forests
There's a
on
lot of
foot,
jumping.
trying to keep up with.
You're
these
like
dudes.
smacking people out of the way, you know, they're trying to stop you. There's people holding on to you from behind, like.
All right, so that is 2 successes, no fails. Got to get to 5
Oh,
before
man.
you get to 2. Play passes to Oren. Oren, you're in the chariot. You've
Oh,
got
yeah.
the most handsome man in the world as your co-pilot. What do you do?
I'm piloting land vehicles.
All right. Oh yeah, you crushed
It's
it.
a
No
evasive
problem.
maneuver. He's like a fucking X-wing with some TIE fighters on his tail. He's trying to like he sees Maya's flying erratically in evasive maneuvers. He's like, "Good job, Maya.
Oh,
Keep
hell
it
yeah,
up."
Hell yeah.
And he's trying to lead the dragons astray, trying to like.
Two dragons crash into each other mid-flight.
And
as
he's like,
you
"Hold on,
bamboozle
Julian."
them.
There's like a cliff face with a sheer opening just big enough for a chariot to fit through. He turns the chariot sideways. Says, "Hold on." And the dragon gets caught in the gap.
Beautiful. All right, love it, Julian.
Man, I'm
Build-
watching the opening to Baldur's Gate right now.
Yeah, building
Dragons
onto
versus
that.
shit.
Yeah, true.
Right?
I feel like as we go through the narrow Canyon Pass with just one dragon left. Julian's gonna gesture to Orin to like go straight up, and then using gravity, Julian's gonna pull out the like. I've got 21 crossbow bolts just
Okay.
just hanging around my bag of holding, and using gravity, I'm just gonna like let them loose like so much chaff in front of the dragon as it's like following us up.
Okay. This sounds like some nerd shit.
does.
All right. Go ahead and give me your what is it that you use for nerd stuff? Let's see.
It
You're
was
like Tinker's
crafting
tools,
before,
right?
but crafting
Oh,
went away.
man,
Yeah.
yeah. Smith tools covers all that. Yeah, go for it.
So,
me-
so you said
Yeah, just
Tinker's
roll.
tools?
Just roll Smith tools or Tinker tools. Okay. Yeah. You time it just right, and right as the dragon is opening its mouth to blast you guys with a lightning breath weapon, you fill its gob with so much detritus. It chokes and spews the breath weapon off to the side, missing the chariot. All right. Heading into the next round. We'll roll to see who goes first. Maya. You're up.
All right, diminishing returns, right? And I'm blind, so I guess this will be a disadvantage, or
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's, I mean, if you're just doing athletics again, then it's not really a disadvantage. You're just kind of like
I'm trying to
flying
see. Let me
I mean,
fast.
you're
me see
blind,
that.
so you could use your other senses to try and,
That's true.
I mean, I only have a +0 and everything else, so. Oh, I have +1 in Dex, acrobatics maybe, to try and dodge out of stuff. You know,
Yeah,
using my.
that sounds. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
All right. Here's a D20 +1.
Here's how the acrobatics will come into
wait a
play.
second,
Because
I'm also
you're
unlucky.
because you're blind. You actually are flying too low, and you clip the top of a tree at the top of like a mountain, and it sends you spiraling out of control. So the acrobatics will
Right.
be you sort of getting control of your flight.
All right, this is a flat 20 because
All right.
I'm also unlucky too because I have from the thing before.
Okay. So a flat 20, trying to get a 20.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So you are spinning out, just out of the air. That is one failure. Oh man, Andronicus, it all comes down to you, buddy. If you fail this, one of the passengers dies. If you succeed, everything's okay.
It's perfect.
No pressure.
And-
Diminishing returns if you do athletics again. But then again, it's only a 22.
Yeah. The returns don't diminish enough to warrant choosing one of my other skills. I have a +17 in this, and my next is a +10. So
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, we're gonna go for a. I'm just gonna throw a cart at him this time, just like a little two-wheeled like small chariot that we're running by.
Oh, I thought you might try to catch Maya and Cruz are plummeting out of the sky, but.
So here's the thing:
Mm-hmm.
when you try to catch something
Yeah.
that's falling,
We're in a skill challenge now.
what happens is that you just also get hurt.
Listen, we're outside of all that nonsense. We're
All
in a
right,
skill challenge now.
here's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at where they're falling,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna look around where I think they're gonna land, and I'm gonna just start ripping off branches of like
Okay.
pine trees and throwing them in a pile. Make a little trampoline mattress.
Okay. So
to
if you
catch
do this
them.
wrong, no, he's grabbing trees. If you do this wrong though, you're gonna horribly like impale like one of the two passengers.
It'll happen.
All right. All right. You got it. All right. So Maya, he grabs two trees, one in each hand. He just throws them, and you land in the branches of these trees. It hurts real bad, but they do slow your fall enough that you don't break all of your hollow dinosaur bird bones. up in the air, Julian and Oren, they managed to leave behind the last dragon, and you guys continue to your meetup spot. What is the D20 for? Concentration? Oh yeah, I guess you would lose concentration. But hey, you got everybody.
You got,
Yeah,
we got away though. I felt, we threw the things. They were across the mountain, and we're past the mountain. So they're looking for a Quetzalcoatl. They just see a pile of rubble and destruction. They don't know where it is. That's what happened.
Beautiful. All right, now you guys meet up at the meetup spot.
We'll just back there like, wow, guys, really appreciate you organizing such an elaborate training exercise.
So again, where somebody mark on the map where you guys meet up at?
Quetzalcoatl Maya, where do you crash land at?
It's this island is where we time. So
Okay.
I guess as soon as we get away and we're free, and now Maya's not in Quetzalcoatl form, where we have the network so everybody can talk and say where they want to meet.
If I was moved to another plane and then moved back, does my connection to the SIBA network resume?
Yeah, you would resume as soon as you came back.
Okay. Perfect.
All right. Okay. Joyous looks around at all of you. And let's see. He looks around at all of you and he sees Sibo. And he says to Sibo, "What happened to you?" And he goes to approach Sibo, and Sibo flinches away. And you see immediate anger on Joyous's face, and he says, "Don't you flinch away from me. Who did this to you?" Sibo says, "Don't worry about it." And he kind of turns away and walks off. And then Joyous says, "Well, that's a good reunion. You follow me all the way to another world, and you finally find me, and you just walk away. And here I thought you'd finally grown up." You hear a clink clink as his manacles fall to the ground. And he kind of sits down and starts working on picking the locks on his ankle chains.
Can I try and insight Sibo, as far as what he's feeling? Does he want to be able to deal with this on his terms, or would he appreciate someone, standing
Oh
up
yeah,
for
sure.
him?
Yeah, give me an insight. You have advantage, not because Sibo's a god, but because you guys have been together a long time. Yeah, so for Sibo, there is just too much of everything. Too much baggage, too much history, too much trauma. He just can't operate around this guy. He just can't get his feet underneath him.
Julian's gonna wait until Joyous is done undoing the manacles at his feet, and he's gonna walk up and Sparta kick him and say, "He did grow up, you fucking asshole. He just didn't turn into a prick like you. Show a little goddamn gratitude to what he just did."
Dang, all right, yeah, so he kind of tumbles, ass over tea kettle, and kind of spills out on the ground. He just sort of looks up at you with this very, calm look on his face. And you do see that like his lip is kind of cut, and you know there's some blood in his beard, from like the tumble. And he says, "Well, good to see at least one of you's got some metal. We haven't been introduced. I'm called Joyous. Joyous Shepin."
We know who you are, Joyless Shepin.
I
We're here to-
assume you did, or you wouldn't have caused such a scene to extract me. Over here, you hear this guy kind of stumble into his feet. He is covered in vomit and bird saliva. His hair is just matted to his face, and he says, "Hello, I am Sudro Mikel.
Sudra,
Thank you for saving my life."
it's good to see you again.
Again, I'm sorry, but you have me at a disadvantage. I do not know who you are, and I'm still not quite sure where I am. And Joyous is just real quiet, and kind of like just lets him speak. And he says, "They say it's a place called Thylea. My ship, my sky ship. Well, there was a storm, and there was a great creature in the storm. It rose out of the sea. It had 1,000 faces. 100 hands, 200. It was over quickly. Our cannons did nothing. It grabbed the ship from the sky, and snapped it in half. I was thrown from the wreckage. I don't know how I survived. I washed up on the shores of an island, and there were one-eyed giants, cyclopes, with many arms. They took me prisoner, and then I've been a prisoner ever since. This man is also from another world. A place called, I'm sorry, I hit my head on the way. Noriande? A place I've never heard of. I am from a world known as, Eberron? He looks around, desperate that someone might know what he's talking about. No? No one.
Yeah, Warren, he's nodding along, but
Would
he's like,
would Julian have any knowledge with his of Eberron from his time with the Lotus Witch?
She do have a window to Eberron. The question is, give me a history check.
Sure.
This was not like central to your learning, so
It
you might.
wouldn't be, but maybe it's something I know.
Yeah.
in
That's why
passing.
That's why you get to roll for it. But yeah, you can't actually remember anything about Eberron. It didn't seem to come into your studies too much. There was you do recall a lesson that she was trying to teach you about the nature of souls and free will, and that there was a world, now that you think about it, maybe it was Eberron, where they found a way to make souls, that they didn't actually know how they were doing it, and they forced the souls into the bodies of robots. But it didn't turn out so hot in the end.
any perspective, I guess.
Got it.
But yeah, Warren's nodding along, and he's like, so that's what you were talking about in Praxis. Because he thinks back to when
Praxis?
he wasn't able to hear. But he says, oh, it doesn't matter.
Joyous says, you're from Praxis? I thought that was where they were going to send us. Apparently this is some headquarters where they're building and researching weapons of war. Apparently there's a very big war happening very soon.
Indeed.
That is the nature of man, apparently. Regardless of what world he hails from, he cannot shy away from his eagerness for destruction.
Are you averse to this destruction then?
I left my world to see what else was out there. Our world, he says our as he looks at Sibo, is a place of great suffering. Resources are limited, and only the cruel and the powerful decide the fate of everyone who lives there. My research into the arcane arts, into the occult, it whispered of other worlds, of other possibilities. I had to find out for myself that was true. Find a world where my family could be safe. When he says that, Steve-O scoffs. And what of the family you left behind? Of the woman whose heart you broke with your absence? Who died waiting for you to return? When he says that, Joyous has a very brief moment of emotion on his face. Ma, you're familiar with these kind of people. He kind of reminds you of your dad a little bit. And you see in that 1 second of emotion that Joyous
Who?
is dead. Huh?
Who?
Maya? Oh, right. My bad. My bad.
Oh man, it
Yeah,
reminds you of
good role,
somebody.
good role play there. Good role play. Take a DM inspiration. So Maya, the guy kind of reminds you of yourself a little bit. You know, like he's very expressive with his emotions, but other people might not be able to read it. You see in that 1 second, where his face kind of cracks for just a second, he is absolutely devastated by this news, and he says, "That's unfortunate. Though I failed, this world is no better than any other. It is the playground of childlike gods who care nothing for the people, only for their selfish desires." And he spits a fat wad on the ground, something you've only seen the dwarves of Mithril Hall do.
This guy kind of sounds like you, Andronicus.
Joyous then, he says quietly, "Fuck the gods."
Oh, he's definitely. You guys might get along, actually.
Sudro says, he looks around and he says, "If any gods are listening, he does not speak for me, Sudro Mikkel. I am not the most religious man, but I have learned respect.
Andronicus gestures at Julian and he said, "Well, there's 2 gods listening at least."
Joyous scoffs and says, "You would think 2 gods could rescue 2 men. A bit cleaner than that.
Yeah,
It must be new."
very. And not particularly keen on it either.
How does one accidentally become a god?
He accepts help from a woman he loves as he's dying.
His eyebrows kind of raise a little bit, and his beard and mustache twitch, and he says, "Well, that would do it. I suppose I owe you, maybe my life, but at least my freedom. What
Well,
can
not your life,
Joyous,
but
the
yes,
High Artificer, do for you?"
We have artifice of
need
the
you to
highest
help.
order that needs
Yeah.
repair.
You need me to fix something?
Yes.
both of you.
Oh,
Sudro in particular.
Sudro stands taller when you say in particular. Oh, yeah. He says, "You have heard of me."
Well, we have met, but you haven't
We've
met
met you
yet.
before.
We're from the future, as it were.
Sudro looks a bit perplexed, and he says, "Time travel?
Hmm.
Isn't that dangerous?"
Oh, not too bad,
It
actually.
is.
Exceedingly, and we don't need to go bandying that fact about, as we've discussed before.
We've actually been
Joyous
considering
says,
time traveling again.
then you have done something with this island of time I heard talk about. I've been
Well-
meeting with a individual named Pergeron. He is very curious about the worlds beyond this one. Apparently, interplanar travel is restricted or forbidden from this world, as it was in Noriande. I was careful to only feed him scraps, that I might keep my life as long as possible. In exchange, he was quite verbose about this world and its many secrets, hoping to lure some of my own secrets from me. Fascinating. The power of time. Anything possible. Maya, with your incredible insight, you know that he is already concocting a plan to save his wife, which will probably end in ruin for everyone.
Okay.
It's his business.
Okay.
We're coming to learn that with the ability to travel through time, too much is possible.
I think we just need to do it again.
Sudro
No.
says, no,
Oh, that's not-
I heard, I took a class on this at university. There are creatures that dwell at the end of time. They will destroy you if you abuse time for more than the most simplistic things. Speeding yourself up, slowing down your enemies, or if you are master of the arcane, perhaps borrowing a few seconds. But to travel through time is to invite their wrath and your destruction.
We've got a sort of deal going with the time cops.
He, or he brings out the plastic badge. Deputies.
All right. Well, instead of heading around here, let's leave and head to the our destination.
Okay.
The tree over there.
Joy says, where? A tree? You don't have a ship?
No, we'll be
Need
taking the
one.
tree.
We've got a ship, but, other versions of us are currently using it. This whole thing.
What happens if the other versions of you see you?
We don't want to find out.
Kind of want to find out.
Our current theory is nothing.
I would assume a paradox.
We're not sure we're their future anymore.
Well, since he refuses to speak to me, how does my son play into all this?
He subscribes to the pizza theory.
He chuckles and says, I do not mean that. I mean, why is he with heroes like you?
He's Fate's
One of
champion.
Because he is a hero like us.
He lets out a soft chuckle, and he says, I suppose every tale needs its ill-fated fool.
He's more like Hercules.
Your
Heracles.
son has a reservoir that is bottomless in terms of what he will sacrifice for his friends. Do not take him lightly. The one saving grace to your cruelty is that it has prepared him for what we have dealt with and what we will continue to deal with. But he has grown beyond you, man. You
Good.
would
Then
do
I have
well to
done
respect him.
my job as a father.
No, you haven't.
It is a sad man who lives in his father's shadow his entire life. It is good that he has grown beyond me.
Andronicus starts to get extremely angry about that being named as the duties of a father, and then he's like, "Wait, why? I don't have any experience in this. What am I? I'm no one to judge."
I mean, I didn't stop you judging the gods, you know.
Sibo turns and says, I don't have to explain myself to you. Especially not to you. You think I came here for you? I did. I came to tell you that your wife is dead. And that she died scared and sick, asking for you. And I had no answers. I left everything behind to deliver that message to you. A message that I came to understand you didn't even deserve. And he walks off. Joyous watches him go. The most emotionless man you've ever met since Maya's forgotten father. But Maya, you know that the words got to him. They hit him deep. You saw his right eye twitch 3 times. Sudro says, so this tree, let's see what you have.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
We'll get. Let's get out of here while we can. Here. This tree seems good enough.
All right. Where are you,
as soon
where
as
are you
I,
taking
as soon,
everyone?
we're taking to the island of the fates.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that out loud.
Mm-mm.
All right. So everybody get around. You're only gonna have 6 seconds to run through the tree once it starts. Okay. And she'll cast transport via plants.
Okay.
I will unrage so that I can fit.
My last 9th level spell slot.
Okay. Give me just a sec. What spell slot are you using? A 9th level spell
9th.
slot for this? Jesus Christ, Maya. All right.
That's all I have left.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh no. Okay.
It loses the impact when you say it every time.
They're all crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Sending this to Red. Alrighty. Oh, doesn't Sibo have like Eldritch Sight or something? Didn't he take that where he can like cast Detect Magic all the time? Oh, but he has to actually cast Detect Magic. I think even he would be like, nah. We're not gonna just spam.
Does it
Wild
say
magic.
cast
Also,
it, or does
I
it
just
say
realized
you are
I'm
under the
blinded.
effect
I'm
of-
blind this entire time too.
Can you still cast the spell? Like if somebody finds a tree for you? Or oh, I guess you wouldn't have seen any of those tells then on his face.
Yeah.
Damn.
Unless I can
Okay.
hear it from his voice.
Ooh,
Yeah,
we'll
I
say,
mean-
we'll say that. Yeah, you heard the crack in his voice, kind of deal. Okay. Let's see. Is it called Eldritch Sight? I don't think it's called Eldritch Sight. Yeah, you can detect cast magic at will. You don't always have it on. It's something that we never really think about because you don't have to worry about, making a meteorite crash into the earth. 1 in 10,000 chance. Okay.
Shoot, do
Well-
it Julian way, and it can be a 1 in 20 chance.
Let's see. Trying to find a Mythic Odyssey playlist.
I mean,
need to check something.
I could get rid of this blind right now, but it's gonna require me casting a spell.
Oh my
know.
goodness. Hmm.
I mean, if the campaign ends from that, oof.
Wow, are you heading
Meant
into
to
the
be.
YOLO? You're heading
No.
into the big
No.
YOLO
No.
territory?
Yes,
Oh
Maya,
my
yes.
goodness.
Send it.
I'm not. Not
Are
yet.
you sure?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Holding
alright.
strong. We'll
It
get
might
there.
happen, but
We'll
not
get
yet.
there.
We're all here for you. we're all here for you. So, all right. Where the heck is the Mythic playlist? I should really bookmark it. I can't believe we have to have this thing open while we're playing now, so that I can use it as a point of reference for the timeline. All right. All right. Okay. So in the past timeline, which is now the current timeline, you guys are roughly at episode.
Yep. We determined this before we went for Joyous that
Mhm.
we're on our way to Fire Island right now
Okay. You're
to go
on
pick
your.
up Cred and Kyra.
Okay, so we're looking
Fred and
for.
Kyra.
Okay.
So Fire Queen Kyra, I think, is the thumbnail.
The episode. Okay. I see it. All right. So you guys are cruising towards episode 109, Queen of Fire Island. Gotcha. Okay. No problem. All right. Maya, you cast the spell on the tree that you can't see, but you don't have to see the tree for tree stride.
Yeah, it's verbal and somatic, so no, it doesn't say a tree that you can see.
You gain the ability to enter a tree and move from inside to inside on the side.
It's not tree stride, it's transport via plants.
Oh, transport via plants. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that lets me go any distance.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. You must have seen or touched the destination plant. Ah. You don't have to see the one you're currently using. Nice.
Yeah, it has to be a plant I know about.
Okay, but I'm just saying yeah. Got it. Okay. So I'm just saying that the plant that you're using to enter, the writer of the spell did not say that you had to see that one. You just had to see you had to see the other one. And you don't actually have to see the other one. You have to touch
you have to have seen it.
Yeah.
So as long as I've seen the tree before,
Sure.
I'm okay.
All right. All right. Mikkel is hesitant, but he does come from a high magic world, so he's like, eh. Joyous just kind of walks through, like, whatever. If I die, I die at this point. And you guys all head through. Very nice. Right. Then I guess we have a brief intermission.
Also, have no more transport via plants for the rest of the day.
All right. So let's see. These guys, they're all chilling, they're all hanging out. All right. All these people. Good. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And good. Okay.
Crash, I know our time is at a premium with this campaign, but
Sure.
Don't
What's up?
forget for you to stretch.
Oh, my stretching. I've been doing that. I got a wireless headset. I'm stretching.
Oh,
Thank you for the
sweet.
reminder. Yep. All right.
You drink some water too.
I'm drinking some water too.
Remember, he loves you.
Oh man. Thanks. Who loves me? Jesus does? Or
Sure. I mean, whichever denomination you're looking for.
okay. All right. So we rejoin our group. As you walk through the door. Aboard the Ultras. As you guys are setting sail to Fire Island, you've got to find a scrying device and pick up Kyra, because for some reason, something came up that made her really upset, so upset that she took her own life rather than talk about it. It's troubling, because often the funniest people you know are the most dangerously sad people you know. But you do know that as a god, she will respawn in 2 weeks, and it turns out that that happened to be Fire Island. So I'm not asking for much, but if you guys could roleplay as if you were back in episode 108 and a half, you have left the island of the Fates and you are sailing to Fire Island. So I don't think you would be here, Orin.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like, really,
I don't thi-
Lutheria? The woman and children, too? You had to kill all of them?
He was playing Corinna at the time.
Oh yeah, you're playing Corinna this time. Okay. Who's still in kid mode, right? Like they haven't had their
Yeah.
their
Yeah,
glow
they
up
haven't
or
had
whatever.
they
Okay.
haven't had their regeneration yet.
Okay. Gotcha.
So they still have the flame scars.
Damn.
Gotcha. All right. There we go. Okay.
You said it was a crab. At the blacksmith. Like he was
Is
fighting.
that
Like he was fighting a
relevant right
seagull.
We that's what we met. We met Claximus
think
at
he was-
Fire Island when we came here to meet Fred.
He was fighting a
Yeah,
seagull
yeah.
on the beach.
Yeah, but you haven't reached the beach yet. You're still on the boat. You're still on the boat.
Oh.
Okay. All right, so take it away, guys.
Is it me or has it been a bit weird with magic lately?
Oh yes, perfect, Dom. Excellent, excellent.
Chandra, do you have any idea what's going on?
Chandra says, yes, I am very concerned. I have actually begun to abstain from using magic since, well, some incidents occurred. And let me see what incidents have. Let me see a couple of incidents that may have occurred for this poor man. Oh. Oh no. He says, as you know, I have become cursed. And I'm unsure how to solve the issue. If I ever see my own blood, I'll die.
Wait, didn't he go into combat with us before?
Well, I guess he ain't going now. Like,
That's what I'm saying. It's not the same timeline anymore. All right. I was gonna say. I wonder if the fates are messing with us because of our attempt.
you think these curses and punishments are because we had the audacity to stand against them?
I sure hope Percy is alright.
Yes. You see that he has really bad, like, sweat, Chandra does. His eyes are sunken in because it turns out he's addicted to using magic
Oh no.
as a result of a wild magic surge. And he seems very distracted by this. Zamrox gives him, you know, a towel to kind of wipe away the sweat, hands him like a wineskin. He looks at you, Maya, and says, and you know that he's asking for your wisdom. What should we do, Maya? What should we do?
Well, I'm not sure. Once we pick up Kara from Fire Island, I believe we were planning to head back to. I guess after that we were planning to go to the. Was we planning to go to the rock after that, or?
As you guys
back-
are discussing this. Oh, sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
I don't know. I'm pretty much like what was after Fire Island? We were planning to go to the Nether Seas, right?
I think there was a couple more things in between there. Let me see.
All right. As you guys are discussing this, there is a sudden tear in reality. Would you guys be discussing this in like the cabin, like the captain's cabin at the meeting table, or would you guys be like on the deck?
I mean, if we're getting
I
close to
think
Fire Island,
we
probably on the deck.
Yeah.
used
Yeah,
the
probably on the
loom
deck,
a
okay.
lot more at this point, though.
Wait, what?
So I think at this point in the campaign, we used the war room a lot. Like almost all of our meetings we took place in.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. Especially if you, I think at this point in the campaign, you weren't sure who to trust, and you didn't want everybody to know everything. You were also worried about morale too of the crew after the Fates thing. Okay. There is a tear in reality, and a very large, spiny woman with a long, sinuous whip-like tail steps through. It is Tisiphone, one of the main three Furies.
We haven't met them yet, right?
Nope.
Yeah, this is our first time meeting them.
Okay.
Only
Well,
one
then
we met was the Geigen of Fate.
Then it
Yeah,
would
the
be
only one we met
pretty.
was that.
It'd be pretty terrifying then.
Greta draws her bow.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoa.
She says, "Ah, at last I found you, worms." Her eyes flash, and she says, "My sisters are on their way. Do not attempt to flee or to fight. You will pay for your crimes."
What
I'm
crimes?
sorry, what now?
What
And you
crime?
can't even introduce yourself properly?
Who are you?
You see, okay. She's like, "I'm gonna need a deception check." But since you guys aren't deceiving her, it's very awkward.
You're
And
really
she's
gonna make me
like,
read your rights?
yeah, she's like, wait, what? Ye- Yeah,
How'd you get here?
her
Who are you?
her tail lashes out and fucking just destroys like an end table that you had like, I don't know if you're gonna be able to take this, Maya. Grapes and cheese on.
Oh my
It goes,
god.
it goes everywhere and it's just ruined.
Greta
Dang,
gasps. She knocks an arrow.
magic
And then
feet
her
to
tail
clean food.
whips around again, and it shatters a beautiful mirror that was given to you guys as a gift by NPC fanboys and girls that love you. You actually were hoping that that could be the mirror scrying, but it turns out that it wasn't worth enough money. But you know, the fans tried their best. They tried their best.
Mhm.
And she says, "Silence! Do not try to play me for a fool.
Oh, we're not playing anything. You're doing that all
I am
by yourself.
Tisiphone, a fury, and you have violated the natural order of this world. You have killed the Fate."
What?
What are you smoking? And can we have some?
You
No.
you see another tear in reality, and a tall woman with like white hair and an eye patch, and a skull and white feathers theme. Like she definitely shops at the same store that Sephiroth shops at. She steps through and says, "Why all the commotion, sister? It seems that you found them, and that they aren't drawing weapon or spell, though I feel that spell would be a bad idea right now."
We haven't broken any oath.
It's not about the oath. You have ruined everything. You have destroyed the Loom of Creation.
We didn't touch the Loom of Creation.
If anybody destroyed the Loom of Creation, it's probably the Fates.
Oh, I don't know if I've
Maya.
done this before. Here's the full art of Tisiphone.
Maya, do you think Versi could have done something?
By herself?
Maybe she burnt out the spark of fate or something.
I don't even know if that's
Maybe
this
she
point.
blew up.
Tisiphone, her tail whips around again and smashes like some chairs. At this point, Telebacus is like kind of not cowering in the corner, but he's just kind of like cowering behind Yala. Yala's joined the
Will
crew
you
by now,
stop
right?
breaking things?
There you go.
I
Did
don't
Yala
know.
join the crew by now? No, I guess
Yeah,
not, right?
Uh,
Oh no.
No, yeah, she would, because Maya was
Yeah,
queen
yeah,
already.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Electo puts a hand up and says, "Patience." No, you're not Electo. You're Alexa. Stop it. So Electo holds up a hand and says, "Sister, calm. I sense that they don't know what's going on." And then there's this very awkwardness where everyone's kind of staring at each other. And Chandra says, ladies, we've met before. My name is Chandris. I used to advise the king and queen of Mitros, and before that I had a brief employment in the Nether Seas. And Electo says, "I know you." And then Chandra says, "Yes, they speak the truth. They intended to do battle with the Fates. I will not lie to you, but they were defeated handily and have retreated with their tails between their legs. We do not know what you are talking about." And then Electo looks at Tisiphone, and Tisiphone, who dumped her int for other stats, looks at her sister like, "What are we supposed to do?" And then a third slice in reality appears, and a woman steps through. She had bat wings, red eyes, all of the eyeshadow from the entire Witcher 3 game,
Yeah,
and
that's a lot,
spiraling
actually.
horns. Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. And she has like sick ass plate mail that somehow still looks like Greek armor at the same time. She looks at everybody and she says, "These whelps could not have defeated the Fate. Yet I know they did. Something is wrong." Anyways, let's go see the people that came out of the tree. So if you could just switch back your mindset to being present day time traveling in the past selves.
Yeah, anyway, time travel's fucking awesome. You mess
It's
something
not.
up, you just go back in time and fix it, like we did with the Fates. Good call
It's
on that
bloody
one.
I don't know.
dangerous,
I
and
don't think we fixed it.
that could have been handled a lot better.
Made it a lot better than what they were doing. Little
All right,
wild
so
magic, never hurt anyone.
all right, as you come forth onto the cursed island of the Fates, which has not recovered yet from the corruption of the Fates, Joyous looks around and says, "Well, for a second I thought we were back in Noriande. Where is this exactly?"
Well, you'll see what fate has in store.
Are you being coy, or is this...
No,
Actually being very direct. What's in store is a broken loom.
a broken loom? That shouldn't be too hard to fix, but I'm assuming it is, or you wouldn't have gotten me involved.
you.
Maya, you hear Steve-O muttering, "Yeah, because it's so fucking important. Of course we need you."
Mhm. Well, let's get going so we can explain everything.
Um, worth noting, none of you have any memories of being visited by the Fates, accidentally, or sorry, not the Fates, being visited by the Furies accidentally due to some weird, confused, mix-up, which is telling.
We don't know that.
I know, I'm just letting you as the players know, in case you were, like, wondering, like, does my character remember this happening? But you don't. Alright. So you return to the lair of the Fates with your two guys in tow. And I'll just we'll just move you over to this map for funzos, I guess. Let's see.
2 nerds down, 3 to go.
Just so we have a good visual here.
I still can't believe Vulcan didn't want to recruit bicycles.
All right, so as you guys return, Sudro is very scared, like you've taken a scared friend to a haunted house. He's jumping at everything, and he says, "What is this place? It reeks of evil and ill fortune."
Well, we're planning to try and change that.
Don't worry, it's recently under new management.
Mm,
The decor is still a work in progress, though.
Vulcan turns from his work and says, "Oh, ladies, we got company." You can see that they are still unraveling tangled threads, and there are so many more to go, more than you could count with the naked eye. But they are slowly but surely unspooling the tangles and then re-spooling them onto fresh kind of spindles and bobbins or whatever, fucking sewing terms. Vulcan looks and says, "Oh, there's 2 of them. I'm assuming this fine gentleman here is Joyous." Joyous looks at Vulcan and says, "You seem like a guy who knows how to get things done." Vulcan says, "You're damn right." Then Sudro says, "And I am Sudro Mikhail. I'm happy to help in whatever capacity I can. I was an engineer aboard a skyship." And when he says that, Vulcan says, "Sky? Oh boy, tell me more." And you know that they are going to be off task.
It's good to keep morale up, we'll leave it alone.
Sorry?
He starts oiling his chariot, says what's up to Conway.
Okay. Lotus approaches you, Maya. He says, "So there's a bit of bother that you might need to be aware of." I think,
okay.
So the Furies came by.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for you.
Okay.
I told them that I didn't know where you were. You sailed off in your boat. They dared not move against us, for they sensed in us the mantle of power that had been gifted to us. But that did not assuage their fury. The titular fury, in this case. The other 2 fates walk up and join the conversation. Falana says, "I have never been so scared in my whole life. Those women, those creatures, they are beyond gods. They are something unstoppable, Maya." And Versi says, "Not as unstoppable as fate. Once we get the loom working, I'm sure everything will be fine. But in the meantime, if they get a hold of you, this could be the end."
Well, there's been many times when it could have been the end. We made it out, but we will be careful. More careful than normal.
The 3 fates do not seem to think that is actually going to happen, but they appreciate the effort of your words.
I think you're letting your opinion as the DM flavor your. Andronicus will turn to Maya and say, "Maya, this reminds me. When I disappeared from the rooftop of the prison. I was floating through the Nyx. I heard a voice that knew you, that recognized me as someone who was friends with you. They wanted me to tell you something, but I was pulled back to reality before whatever it was could be relayed. I don't. There's only one otherworldly entity, or this worldly entity, I suppose, that I know of that you have a relationship to. So, if at any point in the future you find a way to visit the Nyx, I think something there might have a message for you.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Andronicus. Well, we have one of the four. We have 3 more to go. But I cannot transport via plants to any more today. So we would have to find a different way to get there. We still have some time left on the wind.
But Falana grabs your arm and says, Did you not hear what Lotus said? Furies are looking for you. And she told them you left on your ship. Our ship. What if... I don't know. I'm sorry, Maya. You'll figure it out. I can't help you anymore. Not that I was ever much help to begin with. She kind of heads over.
What do you mean? Falana, you're here now. Biggest help we can ever ask for. Sacrificed a lot for us. You practically sacrificed your life to help. So don't say you have helped us. You continue to do so by being here and taking on this burden. All of you. She kind of talks to these, kind of looks at all 3 of them.
Lotus says, I think what she means is, now that we're in this position, we have to remain indifferent.
Maya smiles and says, that's better than where we were before.
Well, indifferent or not, you're welcome to stay the night.
I don't know if it would be safe. They could come back here.
Vulcan finally comes to his senses about airships, and he rushes to Julian, and he says, you. Yes, you. It looks like they're already letting Maya know, but the Furies, they came by looking for you. These women, have you met them before?
Julian will nod, point to his throat, make a miming motion with his hand, like talking, and then like sort of the can't do it, like nicks it with the like the slicing of the hand.
Oh my gosh, he's oh jeez.
Julian,
All right.
I forgot Maya's
just
blind
network
too.
talk to one of us, and we can say your words out loud.
Julian's just gonna motion to Vulcan, like keep talking, like do the whole finger spinning in a circle.
So
talk.
he starts talking louder to you, obviously, because that will solve the problem. And he says, well, actually, he could heal you, but he'd have to cast all to do it.
Well, Julie will just
Oh,
we'll wave him off and just say, we'll point at Vulcan, then make a miming of like hands like talking. I can hear just
Okay.
fine. Like
all
push
right.
the ear, thumbs up.
Over the network, Maya just says, write something.
Over the network, Julie will think back. Or you can talk for me. I just need to
I'm
respond.
in a conversation
after he
over here right
speaks.
now. I'm in a conversation over here.
I'll talk for you, Julian. Say your words. I'll be your mouth.
I just
Tell
need to know.
Vulcan, please tell Vulcan to say his piece, and then I'll respond.
So Vulcan, Julian is silenced right now. Some magic thing.
Of course.
So do your
I
do your
guess
spiel, and
all
then
I
Julian
want
will
to
tell us what
know is, what do you know about the Furies? And as he says that, the two of you, plus Thebo, plus I guess Oren, you guys would remember the Furies and what they took from you, who they took from you. You would remember, Julian, your mother, holding you one last time on the beach, telling you she was sorry for everything.
Tell Vulcan that I know that they take Oathbreakers, that they are dangerous and powerful, and they should be operating at the instruction of the Fates, but clearly they have their own agenda at this time.
Vulcan, in our timeline, they took Kira from us.
They did what?
We know that they take Oathbreakers. We know that they're extremely powerful, but we also know they're supposed to be the enforcers of the Fates, aren't they?
They took her
Thylea.
because of you. And he just punches you in the leg, and like it kind of hurts a little bit because he's a god, but it doesn't hurt that bad.
Julian will try and push them apart, but he's a weakling. But he will try and push them apart. It's like, hold on.
No, he's right, Julian.
Oh. But they haven't taken her yet, then.
Not in this world.
But you're trying to make a world where they take her away.
We can get her back. We just have to get down to the underworld.
But she's
In
not
our
there
time.
yet. In your time.
I'm not even sure we can get back to our time anymore, Vulcan. I don't know what'll happen. But we do have a way to get at least our Kira back. We didn't give up on her.
I see. But have you faced them in battle? The Furies? When you fought to keep her safe, when you fought to stop them from taking...
She wouldn't let us.
You didn't even try to stop them. You just let them take her. I see. Well, I suppose...
Vulcan, there was nothing to be. I can't talk. Julian will think at Andronicos. Tell my grandfather there wasn't anything we could have done. We were tapped out from a fight at Praxis, and my mother insisted.
We just destroyed Praxis, Vulcan. We didn't have anything left in the tank.
Destroyed it!
Kira wouldn't have let us fight anyway. This was...
Isn't that a bit extreme? There's thousands of people inside Praxis.
It wasn't intentional.
What happened to being better? What happened to leaving the bloody legacy of the Dragonlords in the past and forging a new future? What would have possessed you to do such a thing?
We didn't mean to. We didn't... It was the result of them trying to counter us. We tried to get out as many people as we could, but
I'm starting to wish you had just stayed in your own time. All you've brought to us is ruin. I would expect more from a god. He says,
don't
looking
think-
you right in the face.
Julian's like, let him have it on that one.
I don't think you want to go there, Vulcan. Everything that's happening is all because of you and the other 4 couldn't get it together.
I see.
Maya's going to turn around and after seeing him, they'll say, everyone, we have a more pressing issue ahead of us. There's no point in dwelling on what has happened before we came here, what happened before you all took up your mantles. None of that matters. Because right now, we have this issue in front of us, and more issues coming ahead of that. So please, everyone, let us try and do better moving forward. Can't do better looking back.
Vulcan says, I was going to warn you off from the Furies, but there's no point. You'll just do whatever you want anyways. You two, come take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
I presume Vulcan is like gesturing us to come over and take a look at the.
Oh, no. He said you
This
two,
is-
like
yeah,
these
this is
trained
Sudro
professionals. Yeah, he doesn't want you
Oh, okay.
dipshits go near this thing. Get the fuck out of here. So, he's so mad at
Okay,
you guys.
well, I just said. Sorry, I missed that.
No worries. No worries. With your advantage to inciting gods, you know that Vulcan is full of disappointment, self-loathing, and anger.
Well, putting everything else aside, we need to decide if we need to head to the Stormbreaker tonight, or if we're going to wait until tomorrow and let everybody rest.
How do we get there?
Or meet them at Fire Island.
How do we get to Fire Island? We do have the wind spell going on, so we'll have that. We can turn into that. We have that for, I guess, how much how long has it been since we came back, Crash?
How many days has it been since you came back?
No, like
Ooh.
since we went to go get Joyous.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you went in there, and it was what, early in the morning when you did your prison break. Okay, and then we'll assume that you went to the beach 2 hours, so it's like 10. Then you had to walk here. It's like 11 in the morning.
All right, so 7 to 11. That's
4 hours.
4 hours. So we have 4 hours left on the wind spell.
Okay.
300 feet around, 4 hours. I don't know if that's enough to get to the Fire Island. Issue is that we don't have the Antikytherian to guide us.
I don't think we want to
Also,
be traveling over open sea either.
open
Mhm.
sea
As-
and sky.
as
Yeah.
as gas, as the air.
Yeah.
So
Tomorrow it is
do we
then.
rest? Okay. Do we rest here?
This place has beds, so
I think we're kind of forced to. Julian will also think at Andronikos. Can you ask that gentleman from Eberron what happened to his airship?
Sudro, Julian wants to know what happened to your airship.
This is information that the Cider Knights were trying to get out of me. And they were not merciful. He shows you his hand, his left hand. You see he has no fingernails. Just really festering scabs there.
so not an Eberron fashion statement.
He shakes his head grimly. Joyous says, he was an inspiration to me in keeping my own silence. Sudro nods at him, and he nods back. They do like a bro nod, two lumberjacks bro nodding each other. And he says, if I had a map and time, I might be able to compare what I remember from our maps and the conditions, what I saw during the storm. I might be able to find the general area where the ship went down. Vulcan says, well, I've got a map and you've got time. It seems this is a bit beyond your abilities right now, Sudro. If you need something to keep your mind occupied, I mean, an airship engine would be pretty cool. Sudro nods. He looks back at the mechanism of bone and flesh, sinew and webbing that was the loom. And you realize that this is a guy who works with actual machines and shit. So he's just like way out of his depth. You really gotta need Thorak, Steros, and Bront to really do anything with this. But weirdly enough, well, maybe not weirdly at all, Joyous and Vulcan are like two peas in a pod. Like, they both seem to communicate with a series of like grunts and nods, and like they are sort of setting out all of the pieces of the loom into like intact, broken, destroyed, like they're kind of like sorting like for the future kind of repairs and stuff like that. But they seem to almost be in sync with their methodology. All right, Sudro takes the map, goes to find a table. We'll just do it over the stairs. All right, what do the rest of you get up to? Just long
Sleeping.
resting it?
Julian will suggest to Sibo that perhaps, given his almost encyclopedic knowledge and also just like his big old brain, he could
He
potentially
says that
help.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Andronicus is going to go sort of slump over against the wall, and then just think at Julian over the network.
Do you want to go back to your normal size, or you want to stay big?
I should technically be my normal size here. I'm just this
Okay.
size from the last time we were on this.
I thought you were just hanging out, just as a huge guy.
Okay.
Watch out, you're sitting on the spare loom parts over there.
Oh, no. That's just leftovers from when they ate somebody. So.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
So those are spare loom
Yeah.
parts.
Yes, so,
yeah.
yeah.
Technically.
Good.
At least
I'm
I
gonna
tried
think over the
Warcraft's
network at Julian and say, why is my hatred of them so personal? They didn't do anything to me. I don't understand why I feel this way.
Oh, and again, this is over the network. Could be the fact that you're beginning to understand what it is to be a god. I mean, you, even though they're not here, you're still, worried about your family. I'm sure. Um, the fact that I know what my father was like, and the fact that Joyless was thinking that he did a good job as a father. No, my dad was a good man. You were a good father. I'm sure of it. I mean, you're fighting tooth and nail to get them back. Now we have to hold you back sometimes.
Julian, I've never had children.
Hmm. So those two
Yes,
kids in
you
the
have.
vision were adopted then.
The ones that were with Tychon? That was his family, right?
Orin frowns.
Why? So, just did you share your dream with us?
Owen was there in the vision in the Knicks.
Okay.
Well, this is a earlier.
Yeah. No,
vision
this is.
that- Yeah.
I don't know how you. I don't know how you know about that, but no,
No, like Orin would know about. He knows about it
Yeah,
from way back, way back. Yeah. But role play wise, now you don't know what he's talking about.
Right.
I had a dream
What do you mean?
recently. I had a vision of Tychon on the beach with his Triton wife and children.
What would his children look like? Do they look like that they were?
I mean, they were Triton like their mother.
Okay. So, to the best of your knowledge, can minotaurs and tritons eh, produce children together, or do they have to
Get into
adopt?
that deep Thailand lore here.
Orin puts a hand on Julian's shoulder and says, "Put that aside." Andronicus, this gem.
If
on your...
they pray really hard to Lutheria, yes.
Oh, okay.
Orin's gonna reach. Orin, I
But
assume.
it's been a long campaign, so I am gonna put this nugget from like episode 6. No, it wasn't 6. This is information you got from Demetria. I believe it's Demetria, yeah. Where she said that only the fates could tell you what you needed to know. Remember, you came to talk to the fates, and
Yeah,
the price they wanted was too high.
Johnny's still wearing the broken.
Fates are fates, bro.
Johnny, he's still wearing the broken amulet of health, right? The pearl from his father.
Yeah.
Orin will like gesture to that. This pearl around your neck, Andronicus. What does this mean to you?
Wait, I got you something. Hold on a second. And like Julian's gonna grab your backpack and just go rummaging through it for the Harry Potter-esque picture of your family, the charcoal drawing.
So as he mentions the pearl, you do feel like a slight like pulse from the pearl that you wear. And then you hear the ghost of James Earl Jones say, "Remember who you are."
Oh,
And that voice is very familiar. And that voice is very familiar to you.
I don't know, Orin. It used to be important to me.
Used to be.
This picture, Julian. These are the ones from my dream, but
yes, I got this for you. Your family,
no,
your
they
wife,
were
your son, your daughter.
with Tychon.
Because You were surf and turf. You were inseparable. It would make sense that he would be with you in times of relaxation away from the arena. Your mind's been altered, obviously. You have a family. That's what's been driving you all along.
Where are they?
Julian will look over at Orin and look back at Andronicos, just like, oh my god, I have to do this. They were taken from you. The fates, they've... You were cursed. And we discovered that they were in a scythe, potentially, that Lutheria had, but it could have been some abominations that were trapped in the scythe, trying to manipulate you. We don't know. All we know is that your family was taken from you. And that is what has driven you all along, is the hope of bringing them back. I'm so sorry to have to do this, to say this.
I've forgotten my own family?
You wouldn't have forgotten. Something must have messed with your mind. When we were fighting the fates before, there was all kinds of magic and other things going on as we were battling them. The magic is dark and twisted. I think they took one final thing from you, and that was your loving memory of them.
Maybe once the loom is repaired and the threads of fate unwoven, maybe the new fates can restore this memory. All the more reason that we need to get the loom fixed.
And Andronicus, you didn't forget them. Your memory was altered. You would never willingly forget them.
Even if you can't remember them now, trust in the fact that they do exist, and the same promise that we made to help you get them back before still stands. We'll help you get them back, and we'll help you get the memory of them back.
Andronicos, hearing the earnestness and the love in your friends' voices as they assure you that yes, that is your family in that picture, that is your family in that dream, that is what drove you, that is what guides you. They mention a scythe, and only one scythe comes to mind, a scythe you have wielded in battle, a scythe you have held, a scythe you have entered. But you feel like there's more to it. You feel like the gods took them from you. They used you and your family like pieces on a 20 squares board. Your only value, a maneuver against their foes, an advancement of their own agenda.
Julian, if we keep these powers, we can't let us become like them.
to hear Vulcan say it, we may be coming like them. Which is all the more reason why we have to try and fight against that and hold one another accountable.
Succeed or fail, the difference is we tried.
We did try, but it seems that the more we try, the more we make worse. I know that this is frustrating, that we would love nothing more than to march up to Sidon right now, strong as we are, catch him off guard, kick him in the balls. But I don't know what we've done here to throw things off. We went to yonder, we rescued Joyous, and we didn't do that before. There's no telling what we've altered, what we've made better or worse, or exponentially worse, and not to mention we have the Furies on us now. And any battle against them will be ruinous. So we've come too far and sacrificed a good bit. I don't want to back down.
If we rescued Joyous in this timeline. He needed Joyous to complete the star weapon. We wouldn't have to stand there while Praxis gets destroyed again. All those people, they didn't have to die this time, or they won't.
So what you're saying is no weapon, no need to go to Praxis.
No captured star. No crumpled tower. I've got a lot to think about, I suppose. And he'll sort of stumble over next to the edge of the lake here, and crumple down onto the shore, and spend the rest of the time looking at the enchanted frame that Julian got him.
Careful with the goo.
Clutching the pearl in his other hand.
If you touch the goo, I've been trying to get the gold out of my pants, or my skirt,
I specifically don't touch the
for
goo.
hours now. Only packed one spare in the chariot, or it'll start wandering away.
All right. Anyone else have anything they do before or during this rest?
Or he's gonna short rest first.
That classic shotgun rest.
Classic.
You know, just in case it gets interrupted by something. That makes sense.
Also, there's
That'd be
I
crazy.
feel like in base 5e, there's some things that specify that they only come back on a short rest, but long rest doesn't specify that short rest things come back too.
It's
Which-
kind of implied that a long rest is also a short rest in the SRD rules. But I could see how
Yeah, I'm not
somebody,
sure it's ever explicitly stated though, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't think your hit die are D100, Orin.
No, those are the
Just
whether or
check to
not I
see
heal.
if-
Yeah.
Yeah, they heal the but not. It's a hit dice to determine whether you get healed or not.
God,
Yep.
that's so rough.
Oh my goodness.
No, we're good. We're still in haste territory.
Hey, once you long rest, does the long rest count versus your healing?
I don't think you can not heal on a long rest. Like I don't think it's an option.
What if you have a curse that says you not heal? The real question is Sibo choosing to rest and healing from the rest the same as Sibo choosing to heal himself? That's the real question. But since he's allowed to heal himself, I guess it's okay. It's really just if he heals other people. Yeah, okay. He's fine.
Another people can heal him too. As long as he's the one getting healing, he's okay.
Yeah, okay. You know, you guys could get rid of these Ethereal weapons. You don't have to use them. Anyways.
You think this goop here can destroy magic items?
Maybe.
Just saying, no, just in case.
Just in
You
case.
trying to destroy some magic items? You sleep over there on that side of the room.
All right, you guys would I guess you guys would gain the benefits of a short rest, long rest. Oh. As you guys slumber, you dream. This is the real cost of long resting now. Any volunteers for dream?
All right.
Uh,
Hit me with it.
Who? What? Julian?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay. All right, Julian, as you dream. Okay. As you dream, you are on the beach. Your mother has been taken. The others have not caught up yet. We're trying to process the sacrifice that she's made, the cost that is being paid. Trying to process everything. Trying to reconcile her behavior, her decisions, the way she led her life, the way she views herself in light of the truth of her condition. She, by her own account, was a monster, a thief, a false god, and a terrible mother. And now she's gone. Was she those things? I guess is the question that your sleeping mind starts to ponder. It's easy as a son who never knew his mother to forgive, to set aside, to compartmentalize. But here, in these few minutes that seem to stretch out forever, find yourself wondering, who was she? What was she? I guess, Julian, do you have an answer?
Well, if Julian's not able to rationalize in that moment, I think it's a case of he just has to take it. He takes what his mother's saying at face value, and the not so much the horror, but just the sadness of that reality in the moment in that space just keeps weighing down on him harder and harder and harder. You know, each statement that he tries to wrestle with, he can't deny, he's incapable of combating it, coming up with a spin on things or giving it context. And he's sitting there, slumped shoulders, and the emotional weight of it all just gets heavier and heavier and heavier. And in that dream, he just feels like a million pounds, and just wants nothing more than just disappear into the earth at that point.
And you do. You feel yourself sink rapidly into the sand. And when you look around, you are in a sitting room with familiar and unwelcome lighting. And you see sitting across from you, it's an old friend and relative. Now, what's all this? Crying on the beach. You dream of things yet to pass. It is fascinating to me. It's true, you know, your mother. She was a thief. Complicit in her own mother's crime, but I am not one to judge for that. Are we all not just our mother's playthings? Children at the mercy of their maker. But something that your mother was, wholly and completely of her own free will, was a monster. And I know monsters, Julian. You should have seen the gleam in her eyes as she melted their flesh, as they cried out for mercy that would never come. She and Esther delivered upon the peoples of this land such cruelty. There was no mercy in it. It was beautiful in a way. But unlike Esther, whose punishment shall be unending, she found her limit, and she found remorse, and she's been drowning herself in it ever since. I am not burdened with such responsibilities, I suppose. I am a creature of whimsy. If I feel like milting a baby, well, I guess that baby's getting milted. There's plenty more. I don't think it's really all that fun after the first few times, but it's always nice to experiment. Perhaps that's all it was for her. A phase. I don't know. I get the feeling I'll never get to see her on a tree. I don't think you'll let that happen. Not again. Fortunately, there's enough of your mother in there That you don't mind breaking a few rules, now do you? Well, it's a busy afternoon. I leave you to your thoughts and these biscuits. She pushes the tray towards you. Get some rest, Julian. You have a lot of work to do. And she is gone. And you're left with a plate of jammy Dodgers, but no tea. Truly a nightmare.
God, your throat. You're doomed.
It is, and Julian just, in a depressive mood, reaches out and grabs a jammy Dodger, and he just sort of like starts nibbling at it
Ooh, without any tea, bro.
without any tea.
Just lets out a
Bro.
dry cough.
This is the purgatory that the Catholics warned us about. All right, so who's next?
Hit me with it.
Hit you with it. All right. So you are once again adrift in the Nyx. The stars float past you, and you find yourself looking for the source of that voice. And upon not seeing it, you close your eyes, concentrating, trying to hear it. And a familiar voice says, "Oh, and who are you? What are you doing? What kind of dream is this? Who dreams about floating around in the Nyx? You're the blue guy that hangs out with, Ohlen, right?"
That's me, my lady.
"Oh, my lady. I like that. You're that big barbarian, right? That gets real big.
Yes.
I don't know, I have my eye on you. That's why I'm here. I was curious what a manly man such as yourself dreams about. I thought I would find a orgy or some great beast that you would be slaying with your bare hands. But no, I just find you sort of laying here, looking kind of sad."
When we raided yonder, something happened. I was pulled into the Nyx, and I heard a voice asking for Maya.
Hmm.
Just, I was trying to remember more about it, I suppose.
Interesting. There's not too many beings that spend time in the Nyx without my permission. I sensed your intrusion, but was a bit preoccupied at the time. There's a lot going on, you see. Busy. A message from Maya. I wonder.
You're a goddess of dreams, right? Your mother,
Oh.
does she
Oh, she
communicate
dreams.
in her dreams?
She dreams. Oh, my mother dream. Would you like to see her dreams? I can show you.
It's said that we're all her dreams.
You're right. The world is her dream. You magnificent thing. You are her dream, and I don't blame her. I think you might be my dream as well. I am her dream. My brother is her dream. The only real thing is my father. I think that's why I fell in love with the settlers. They were real. Not dreams like you and I, but real things from a real place. I fought hard with my brother and father to keep you safe. Well, not you, but the settlers. I ended up regretting that, I suppose. They brought with them real hatred, fear, and violence. They forced our hand. They always do. Everything real can never last here. Well,
Why support us then?
hmm?
Why give us your aid if we're fighting
Because
to prevent this war? If this war would result in the subduing of the settlers, and you're saying they always bring war and violence, why help us? Why not help your brother?
Well, he has been nothing but a disappointment for the last 500 years. An embarrassment. I have seen him more clearly than I ever had before. A buffoon, an oaf, a brute. He is nothing without stolen power. Stripped bare, he is nothing more than a beast. And while I don't mind exotic fare from time to time, I look back at this time we spent together, rutting with that beast, spawning the miserable and ungrateful whelps that we made. I'm sickened by it. Not that it matters. I'm sure it was fated to happen. I'm sure it was all dreamed up for me. Why do I help the heroes of prophecy? Well, because they're real. Because maybe, just maybe, I can be a part of something real. For once. Ah, look at me, rambling on to a complete stranger. She wipes her tears from her 3 eyes. I'm sorry to burden you so. I came here with seduction in mind, but you completely disarmed me. I will leave you to your meditations. It is a busy, busy day. And as you look around, you're once again alone. But the voice never comes. Alright, who's next? Maya or Orin?
I'm fine with going.
Alright,
You got it.
Clang. Maya, you sit upon the throne of Themis. There is a very handsome older man who, you know, you're Maya, so I feel like you're not really attracted to anybody, but you view them with admiration. They are one of your best advisors. They are stoic and almost have like a fatherly air to them. It's unusual for a man to rise to such prominence in um, Themis, but this Androcles guy has really proven himself time and time again, and you are thankful for his quiet and stern advisement in some of the toughest times of ruling the kingdom. your attendants announce that there is a visitor to the court. Lady Lutheria of the Nether Seas has arrived for counsel. The wise queen, Maya. Do you see her?
Yeah, yes.
All right. She walks in, not cutting a slice in reality, and she gives you a very small bow of respect. She stands before the throne, and she says, Queen Maya of Themis, thank you for meeting with me. I know running a kingdom can be ever so burdened, but there is much we must discuss, you and I, if you would allow it.
A mild nod and sort of gesture for her to come back. We'll leave the throne room to go talk in private.
Oh, okay. All right. So again, theme is not down for like, big pageantry and things like that.
Yeah.
There is still the palace that the imposter queens built, and they have beautiful gardens with like cliffside, overlooks and stuff like that. Do you take her there? Or?
I'll say, is there like a really tall mountain somewhere in Themis?
I mean, there is, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll say we can meet there and talk on top of there.
Okay, so you just sort of transport via plants because there's no wild surges because everything in the world is calm and good and all that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You haven't seen Lutheria since the war, where you successfully defeated Sidon and saved everyone, and now it's been several years of running the kingdom, and it's unusual for her to call on you like this. You guys had your differences in the past, but she proved to be a true ally when it mattered, though the costs were high. You think about the memorial statue that was built of Yala, her daughter, and your champion. And she says, well, first and foremost, this is a dream.
I know.
Well, that makes it easier. I would love for this to be your reality, but you haven't earned it yet, I'm afraid. I think that's my mother is trying to send you a message. Have you heard anything?
No. The Andronicos mentioned someone trying to send me a message when he was in the Knicks, but
I see.
no. The thing that kicks me off guard, though, is you said trying.
Yes. Trying. Have you ever had a dream you desperately wanted to wake from, but couldn't?
If I did, I don't remember it.
There are dreams that trap you and try to keep you. Dreams where you would give anything for it to end, to wake up. You try to scream, but your chest is heavy, as though someone sits upon it with their hands on your throat. Not every dream is easily woken from. And I suppose that's for the best, is it not? What would happen if the dream ended, Maya?
I guess it would end. All of it.
Would you risk that? To hear what she had to say?
Mm.
Have you ever heard her words? Has she ever spoken to you?
Her voice?
Yes.
No.
Not
But
the
I
not
feel
the wind, not a feeling, not the earth and nature guiding you, but her voice.
No.
It is beautiful, Maya. It is overwhelming. I imagine that a mortal who heard her voice might die. Would you risk that too?
Well, probably the reason why I'm able to do what I do is probably because I haven't heard her voice.
Hmm.
I don't know what I'm missing.
What do you mean? Do you feel like you're missing something?
No.
Ah, insomuch as you haven't heard her voice, and therefore you do not have to live without hearing it. Ah,
Mhm.
yes, that wisdom again. Well, I've just come to warn you. The Furies are coming for you, and it's unlikely that you'll survive. But now that you know you have something worth living for, maybe you'll fight a little harder. At a girl.
We'll see.
You're not worried?
Worry is not going to help in this situation.
Well,
I just have to look forward.
yes. That seems to be your new mantra. It certainly moves things along, doesn't it? Though you should be careful. Those who never look back always repeat their mistakes. And I know how much you hate making mistakes. And with that, she is gone. You stand on the mountaintop, looking down at the beautiful land of Themis. All right. Orin, set the stage for us. What are you doing before your boss shows up on your day off to interrupt? You never have a day off. What are you doing in your dream when your boss shows up and interrupts you?
He's on the shores of Mitros. He's on a dock.
Mhm.
The city's calm. It hasn't been ravaged by war, and there's no wartime preparations going on. It's a Mitros that he can hardly remember, and he's sitting on the dock and he's fishing. In the
Nice.
dream, he's not purple. He's got all his limbs.
Aw. And eyes.
Yep, both eyes.
Okay. You sense her behind you.
Look there,
And
yeah.
she sits down next to you, dangling her legs over the side. She has reduced her size to be smaller than you.
He passes her a fishing rod.
She takes it. careful. You don't want to catch the Kraken.
Hmm.
He's ever so unreliable. Alas, this is not for pleasure, but for business. Your spectacular meddling has changed everything. So,
It has indeed.
mm, it has moved the timetables up a bit. It has drawn attention to things that might be of a bit more importance. And it has also drawn the ire of the Furies themselves. You are strong, my champion, but are you strong enough to survive their fury?
Just another obstacle in between us and what we're looking to do.
Indeed. I can delay them for a time, but I would need you to do something for me. Something that would, well, it would definitely put you in a place where no one would think to look for you.
What have you got?
I have some allies, some friends, some old acquaintances. Thebo can fill you in. I need you to free them.
Prometheus and the Planeswalkers, was it?
Yes. They are at the bottom of the ocean. I need you to go down there and let them out. We're going to need their help for what comes next. I wasn't going to bother you about it until after the war was over, but, well, seeing as how that's apparently not going to work out, we should hedge our bets.
Indeed. We'll get it done.
Excellent. And what is it that you were working on? You needed to go pick up some people from the boat or something?
Yes, the number of craftsmen aboard the Stormbreaker that we need here to fix the loom.
Consider it done. I'll take care of it. They'll be visited by prophetic dreams that demand they return to the island of the Fates, or some terrible thing will happen to their entire family generation, blah blah blah. I'll tell Thurak there's a cheeseburger here or something. They'll be here.
He nods.
Well, upon waking, tell the others that a ship will be waiting for you on the west side of the island. It will take you where you need to go.
Hmm.
While on this ship and beneath the waves, you will be veiled from the Furies' constant sight and searching. As it is, their rigid minds are coming unraveled, trying to understand how there can be two of you. I have half a mind to make a couple more, just to keep them guessing. I like to keep a few Dreamwalkers on hand as backups.
He frowns.
Don't worry, you're definitely the original. And she gives you like an Agatha wink. Oh look, you caught something. You.
Yeah, he reels it in.
All right.
Stands up.
It is an action figure size Georgos.
He has it's like a thin smile.
It removes the hook from its mouth, but it has eaten the bait, and it says, "Orin, I missed you."
I have been
Oh,
thinking
that's
about them.
adorable.
All the people we left at the
Mm.
Battle of Prometheus. With all the different things going on in this timeline, I don't think we'll be seeing any of them again as we knew them. And I thought I was used to losing people. But it still hurts.
She looks at you with a rueful smile, and she says, everything will come to a close soon enough, and then you'll be able to make a choice. One that might set you free. From me, from her, and from yourself. I have a feeling you'll make the right choice. After all, now. Now is not the time for sentiment. Get to work. And she disappears. And you wake
Right.
up.
I say as she disappears, though, the city flashes, and it's once again like the war-torn streets of Mitros, like the broken docks, and Orin standing there, purple and with his magic arm just clutching the Georgos doll.
Aww.
Then he wakes up.
Okay. Alright. You are the first to wake. And you go to gather the others?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. You guys awaken. It's not 4 a.m. Orin training time. It's actually 4 p.m. Orin training time. Because you guys slept all day. Alright. Despite the content of your dreams, you do awaken well rested. If you share your dreams with with others, you gain the benefits of a death ward per your arrangement in a different
Only for the people.
in a
Only for the
different
people that made the
timeline?
arrangement?
Question mark? Yeah, right. All the people that made the arrangement. Yeah.
Orin's
I'll,
like, yeah, go
I'll
for
share.
it.
All right.
Julian's not going to share. One, he can't talk. Two, I feel like this depression is spilling over from his dream into his present mindset.
Damn.
It
All
kind
right, makes
of
sense.
Orin will share. It says, the usual. We've got Thera is offered to help. She's going to get Thurak, Bront, and Steros here to the Isle. But she does have a favor to ask, and I think we should probably get to it. She wants us to rescue Prometheus and the others from their prison. He'll look meaningfully towards Sibo.
I mean, we were planning to do that anyway, so. Considering what Hades told us.
She wants us to focus on that now rather than running around and gathering more crafters.
As long as she's taking care of the crafters, I don't see any problem with that.
There's like a in my eyes mine, and maybe some of this leaks over to on the network if it gets
Yeah,
cast
yeah.
this morning.
Oh, yeah,
like-
sure. Steve wakes up and he's like, just going through the motions of habit. He's like, Water walk, everybody. Water walk. Start throwing bread.
Hold on.
What?
Lotus,
What?
Lotus like ushers us out of the fake
Oh
cave.
yeah. Get
If you-
the fuck out! Goes jumps you out the door.
Adam S is under
Alright.
orders. If anybody casts
Which way's the
magic to
door?
bonk him.
All right,
Oh
so
no,
you
but I'm
guys-
still blind. God damn it.
So she leads you to the doorway, and Blind Maya and Silent Julian, two of the rarest sights you're ever gonna see or not see. You head to the beach, I guess, or away, quote unquote, 2 miles away from her door.
Anything collapsible?
All right. And then Sibo says, "Okay, so now that I'm more awake, do we want to go through the normal spell routine?"
Oh yeah.
Okay. Guess
Julian's just like waving at them, like no.
Ooh, all right, that'll be useful. Okay. Poor Red. Okay. Everybody gets water walk. Do we have a convenient effect for water walk, or?
I think we've
No,
just
it's
been running with it.
insane.
We always
Yeah,
do
we
water walk and water breathing.
Oh, well, actually, we have convenient effects for it now. So there you go.
Perfect.
Water
me up.
walks. There we go. Look at that. Make that ring big. All right.
Oh, wait
then
a
he's-
second.
What?
It says it lasts for 1 hour.
Oh, oh no! They revised. Is this the revised version?
I don't know.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh no, guys. They hit us with that revised version, and I mean, we
I mean,
don't have. we gotta do what they
you have
say.
to pay for. You have to pay for it to get that into Foundry.
So why would I have it updated then?
Was it always 1
Hmm.
hour?
Let's see.
Maybe.
5e water walk. Water walk according to Roll20. It says duration 1 hour. It's a 3rd level spell.
Oh snap!
Mm.
Oops.
Oh, you know what it was? You got, because you never had to, it's a ritual, you never had to worry about it. You guys just stop every hour or so, and then he recast it. That's what you guys.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, in that case,
Perfect.
we're gonna make the wild surge that he rolled not for that. Everybody, go ahead, get rid of water walk. Is water breathing longer? Let's see. Or is that also an hour? Let's see. Water breathing spell. 24 hours. Okay.
24
so,
hours. There it is.
yeah,
Okay,
so, yeah. All right. So everybody has water breathing, not water walking. There you go. I'll turn it off for everybody. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So then he's like, all right, time to get the network up. Oh. Okay. Sure, that's not gonna be a problem. Alright. Cool. You just everything seems fine. What now, Orin?
I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Sibo, do you have any idea how to get to this prison? Bottom of the sea. Is there a tree down there?
Just to check, you're bringing Conway of Mitros on this level 17 adventure
Oh yeah.
as your only BT member? Okay,
Yep.
got it.
He's the guy.
Alright.
Look, when you've got the best, you don't need the rest.
Yeah. Like we said, he's currently S tier BT member. If you ranked him, you line them all up, he's at the top.
He's definitely the best BT member you have. Alright, so you head to the western banks to get your boat.
To the boat.
Or do you not want to use the boat? You want to try to get to the bottom of the ocean on your own?
So
Yeah.
now, just so you know, all of you, it's very cold on the bottom of the ocean. I'm adapted to it. I'll be fine. The rest of you, I don't know.
You guys will also be crushed by the pressure and instantly killed.
You're saying we need a seaming into Tritons. Can you
Seeming
magic
doesn't
us?
change who you actually are. You would need to. You would need to
Alter self
alter
could do it.
yourself.
Yeah.
Alright, who's got that
shape
magic?
Change, shape change work?
Shape change would work. Alter self would work. Polymorph would work.
Wild shape.
This is one of those times where alter self is actually a decent spell when you're going to the bottom of the ocean.
It's still concentration. Imagine you lose concentration.
Yeah, that's right. I don't actually enforce concentration on alter self. So, I think that's absolute bullshit. But but it only lasts for an hour, so that's a lot of spell casting, depending on how long you're going to be there.
I've heard
Over at
tell of
the-
something like this before. We need to find a boat that's actually a living dragon, and then we need to have that dragon consume these gems,
Okay, I like where this is going.
and then we can use that ship to go to the bottom of the ocean.
Now, as a Triton, you do know that there are magic bubbles that people would use to travel to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, I just don't happen to have any.
Yeah.
Hey, Lotus, you got any magic bubbles floating around?
So you head back to ask her if she has any bubbles after walk the 2 miles back in.
Nah, probably not.
Oh, okay.
Surely this boat that we're provided it's got something to deal with this for the rest of you. Either that.
Well, I mean, for Andronicus, that's nothing. You've got the speed spark, so you could just like zip in and ask.
That's
yeah,
true.
possibly. I don't have quite as much control of it as Kyra had there, but
So you don't measure up currently to one of the previous gods?
neither Julian or I have anything close to the measure of control of this power that they did.
So the gods were good at something, you're saying. Control of their power.
Just having power doesn't immediately make you better.
They were able to control it better, seems.
Okay, so this boat, is it going to protect us on our way down there, or do we? Well, knowing Luthia, probably not.
Dang, bro.
She wants this stuff.
It'll
would
probably be
want
fine.
us to-
She wants us to go down to the bottom of the ocean, not to the Nyx.
Yeah, well, it'll probably get us there. I'm just saying we'll probably suffer on the way.
A little bit of suffering never hurt anyone.
Getting hurt never hurt? Wait, what?
Orange shrugs like, which seat do you want, the spiked one or the Iron Maiden? They both have spikes, actually.
All right, so you guys do head to the western beach then to look for the boat.
Should at least go check it out, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I don't even have the materials for this anyways to work
What materials?
for shape change.
What materials do you need?
A jade circlet worth at least 1500 GP.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's a self-only thing, so yeah, that's not gonna work.
Well, if you turn into a whale, you can put everybody inside you, like a whale
There we go.
submarine. Yeah.
Easy.
It lasts an hour or two as well.
Okay.
You're gonna have to have Sibo re-up the whale and immediately eat everyone. So you can like pass it back and forth.
All right.
I mean, do we know where we're going?
There's the map on the boat.
Actually, I won't be able to see it anyways because I'm still blind. Never mind.
Okay.
See, what does the book know?
Sibo says, the book? What do you mean, the book? What a strange thing to ask me. Hmm.
We know Prometheus is inside your book.
Did I tell you guys that?
It was on the.
No, I
You-
did after
well,
you were dead for a bit.
Yeah.
How long was I dead that you telling all my secret? Wait, how did you find out?
It was between the center pole of Nessa and
It
Mercy.
talked to me.
Oh,
It was a diagram.
wow. How long was I dead and he just went looking for someone else? That's typical. Typical.
When you're an ancient book,
Yeah,
you
it
can take
is.
what you can get.
Take what you can get, baby. I'm the best. He doesn't need anybody else. He should have had more faith. You know what? I'm mad at him now. I'm not gonna ask him.
All right. Then do you know?
To be fair, Sibo, I did say that I wasn't the best candidate for the job and that we were going to bring you back.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. What was the question? Sorry.
Well, do you know where we're heading to?
Oh, yeah. There's a secret city of sea sirens at the bottom of the ocean. It's basically ancestors of Andronicos and the remnants of the sirens whose city was cast into the sea by Sidon. Say that a bunch of times fast. Remember there was that concert and they did a bad job, and then Sidon was like, "You remember? You heard I hate that," and he took their entire floating civilization and he cast it into the sea. Well, there were some Tritons down there who weren't very big fans of Sidon, even though he was their creator. And when they saw this act of cruelty and petulance, to spite him, the Tritons saved as many of the sirens as they could with their magic. And love and life found a way. The descendants of those people are a weird mix of fish and bird? Question mark? Angel? Basically a whole new thing. They made something new, and they live in the ruins of their city, the bottom of the sea, where they have been set to fulfill a great destiny, though they do not realize that destiny is a trick.
Mm.
Oh, look, there's the boat. And as you guys crest the hill onto the western banks, you see the boat. It is a trireme made of skulls. How can an entire trireme made of skulls? That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry. Here's the artist's rendition of the. Well, I mean, a robot's an artist. Here's a rendition of the. Of the ship.
Oh, look at that. Got rib sails. Perfect. Catch the
Mhm.
wind real nice with these.
Wait,
All
rib
right.
sales?
So happy.
The rib
How does
for
that
her
work?
pleasure.
It's magic, Maya. You don't have to explain shit. He climbs in.
Oh, there's wow. As you go to climb in,
Clearly, he
there's,
doesn't believe in the female orgasm.
there's already someone in the boat. And she says, Dreamwalker, you're here. Good. I was told to wait for you.
Thanks.
I am Thylea, the Undying.
Nice.
Your reputation precedes you.
You know of Thylea the Undying. She is, or was, a Fury. One of the minor Furies. But she fell in love with an Oathbreaker and spared them.
Ooh, that's a
Of
big
course,
no-no.
the other Furies found out, and it was real bad. They murdered her over and over and over again, but due to the nature of such things, she could not die. Finally, she cried out for mercy and an escape from the pain, and Lutheria took her. Now she serves as one of Lutheria's black ops agents, essentially.
All right.
All right. She says, Dreamwalker, we will be journeying to the bottom of the ocean.
Indeed.
Some of your companions will likely die.
Those are risks we're willing to take.
Huh. All
Can you
right.
ask her if there's a way that we can, not die?
Is there a way that we can not die?
Oh, yes. Lady Lutheria bade that I offer these charms of protection.
Would you look at that magic, Julian? Don't have to explain shit. No, he'll take one of the charms. He'll start passing them out.
Okay. The charms seem to be like skeletal fish, full of smaller skeletal fish.
Perfect.
Okay. She says, well, go on. You eat them.
He'll start eating his skeletal fish.
All right. They're crunchy. The little fish try very hard not to be eaten, and they fight all the way down. They do make a satisfying cracking sound as you bite into their tiny bones.
I kind of feel like this would excite Sibo. He would like snatch one up. And eat it.
Oh yeah, Sibo's like double fisting them, just. All right, Maya, do you eat one?
She'll keep it, but she's not going to eat it yet.
All right, fair enough. It occasionally flops back and forth in your bag, I guess.
Mhm.
All right, you guys set sail.
Julian will inquire. Can you ask our guide what exactly, how these are supposed to work? Are there side effects?
Now you could just ask me. It's a small boat. I'm right here.
I'm still can't talk. It hasn't been 24
you're
hours.
on the network. You're on the network. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good role play. Good role. Took DM inspiration. Good role play. Good role play.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. Do you convey that?
Yes. Well, I
Okay.
mean, I would ask it to be conveyed.
What were
Alright.
we asking?
Oh, what? How?
You
How?
know,
They want to know
Julian,
how it
what is-
works.
Yeah,
how it
how-
works.
you-
Stuart's a
How
little
it
worried,
works. God.
is my penis
What is
gonna
any
fall
side effect?
off, or am I gonna have a
Okay.
hard on for like 12 hours straight? Or
Julian,
like, what,
with
am I
these
gonna have
things,
uncontrollable diarrhea? The side effect.
Hmm.
with these things, knowing's probably the worst part. Can I just grin and bear it? Better not to know, is what I'm saying.
Fine, but we're already in Lutheria's pocket. I don't want to go any deeper if we can help it. It's an uneasy alliance, and I'd rather not make it worse for ourselves if we can help it.
So the main skull, like the figurehead skull, it do look around, and it seems to kind of function as like a compass, and like she kind of navigates the boat in the general direction that the skull is pointing. You are sailing quite swiftly.
Looks like we have our heading.
Ha ha.
He doesn't ask how the fish work, though.
Yeah, Maya will ask.
You point blank ask like, "Hey,
Yeah.
what's going on here?" Okay. She says, "I'm not sure. It's magical."
Mm.
It's supposed to imbue you with the spirit, the deep sea.
Okay. I guess that's,
Julian,
that's the most we're
yeah.
gonna have, Julian.
Julian will just he'll sigh, take an inaudible sigh, look at the fish, and he'll just consume it.
Okay.
He will not enjoy the experience.
It's a rough experience. Yeah, they're not all the way dead, I guess. Even though they're skeletons, so they definitely don't like being eaten. They don't make any noise, but they do fight the whole time.
Yeah, it's the sensation that probably
Oh yeah.
gets at him.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've had pickled fish like a few times, and it's just like culturally, like I don't eat pickled fish normally, so it's always kind of like I know I can eat it, and I know it's not. I know it's kind of tastes okay, but like it's not like something that I would go out and be like, yeah, let's get this. I know back in the day, America had what sardines they were kind of into still. You know, you eat the whole fish with the head and the bones and everything, but like, yeah, I don't know. I could see how for some people like Sibo, it would be like delicacy, but for some people like Julian, it would be, oh, this is a rough time. All right. At a certain point, the skull looks straight down. And
We
then
were at.
Thalessa says, if you breathe, hold your breath. And you guys plunge beneath the waves.
Once we get to the point where the pressure starts to hurt, my whole wild shape
Okay.
to a deep sea creature.
Yeah, I mean, after a couple of 100 feet down, it starts to get pretty bad.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Where? Ah, here it is. Okay. All right. Let's see. Ooh, so beautiful. Okay. I'll put you guys down here. Do I have the boat? Where is the boat? Hold on. Ships. Where's our skeletal trireme? I guess we could just use a smaller version of the ultras for this. That could work. Okay. Every time I grab Maya's miniature, I think Foundry's broken for a second. I'm like, no, my display drivers, but you're just blind. All right. Sweet. You do have water. You do have water breathing, so you don't actually have to hold your breath. Yeah.
How long are you
Yeah, just
blind
from the
for?
pressure.
Forever?
24 hours.
Oh, okay. It's not too bad.
So about
Alright.
at around 8 p.m. tomorrow.
He'll be good to go.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So as you are kind of sailing down, you have gone hundreds of feet beneath the ocean. Maya, you would either need the protection of the charm, or you would need to assume the form of a deep sea creature.
Yeah,
Which I
that's
think
what
you said you were gonna do, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna do once the pressure started hurting deep sea creature, and I
Okay.
could be in wild shape for 8 hours.
Got it. Okay. All right. There they are. Okay. All right. So up ahead, you see creatures. The creatures look like a weird mix of like Triton and not Triton, which is to say, beautiful feathered humanoids. Um, they kind of have this vibe to them a little bit. So like instead of wings, they've got like these kind of fins or whatever.
Hmm.
This is the sirens from Witcher 3, but it kind of summed up pretty well a Triton siren combo. They are accompanied by weird octopi-like creatures, and they're riding on these dope-ass undersea horses called hippocampi, which are a very rare thing to buy in the marketplaces of Mitros and other cities. But it's considered rather unethical to keep them because they are creatures that love the deep seas, not the shallows. Andronicus, you have this vague memory of like riding one of these in your youth, though you can't even recall the name of the creature. You were so close to it. There was a teacher, someone like a fatherly figure who's taught you to ride, but it's all kind of missing when you try to recall it.
On the plus side, I now know that I probably did know my father.
Mm-hmm. Right. Trying to see if there's anything else in here. Oh yes. They are accompanied by one of the most evil creatures in all of nature, a dolphin.
Wait, dolphins can
Ah,
survive down this far?
This one can apparently.
oh god.
Okay.
It's a good thing we don't have.
That means it's super evil.
Yeah. Does Andronicus still remember the Dolphin Wars? Or has he lost that too?
No, he definitely remembers the
Oh,
dolphin wars.
how
Yeah,
could you
yeah.
forget?
Yeah, your cloaca and or butthole, and or gill flaps would tense up at the presence of such an evil creature this far down, this far down in the ocean.
It's that on Spawn.
Not even
Uh,
Triton consorts with dolphins.
Ugh.
all right. This dolphin says in Aquan. Does anybody but Andronicus speak Aquan?
Nope.
No. Okay. Andronicus, you do speak Aquan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It says, hold, ready. And then it shouts out to you, in Aquan, uh, who are you to come this deep on a surface vessel? These are the lands lost to the surface world. These are the lands of Pontus, king of the sea siren. You, outsiders, are not welcome here.
We're the heroes of prophecy, and we seek to test the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Okay, as you approach, the dolphin gasps. And he says, question, you have your metal skin on right now?
Yeah.
He says, the bronze Triton. Could it be? You see that there's whispers and murmurs among the other sea sirens. Even the octopus is in on it. And the dolphin says, I am Dolphinius, a general in the king's army. I was here on routine patrol. These new recruits. We are currently in a time of relative peace. Your coming has been foretold in prophecy. And I guess that's where we'll end.
Nice.
I now know which form Maya's going to take when this wild shape.
I guess switch to dolphin.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dolphins are evil enough that even the weight of the bottom of the ocean can't stop them.
I'm just saying, we went to the Knicks, didn't see any dolphins. Should tell you something. They go somewhere else, somewhere worse.
Mm.
Wait, dolphins are what fed to that giant creature to keep it asleep.
Then that'd be fine.
All right. So you guys are now at the bottom of the ocean. That's totally expected, for sure. That's definitely where things were gonna end up. Absolutely. Um. Yep. This is pretty much exactly how you guys planned it, where you said you were gonna just lay low for 4 months, not cause any trouble, and then go and make sure you guys stay sent through time, and then you're gonna kill what what's her face?
Dolphinius, where's your arena?
Oh, they have an arena, all right. A blitzball arena.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's time for blitzball though. Do you think there's time for blitzball?
Might be.
There should be.
There might be though. We'll have to see. We'll do skill challenge Prometheus out and play some blitzball.
I believe it's called the Sea Siren Stadium. Oh my goodness, it's very fancy looking. Oh boy. Nah, you guys wouldn't be interested in that though, right? That'd be weird. So yeah. I shouldn't even send you this screenshot, Oren, right? You don't want to see what this fucking cool ass blitzball arena looks like, right?
Well, if you send it over to me, I'll put it in the
We're in a time crunch.
put it in the stream time.
Oh, like the I mean toss it out real quick, no big deal. Again, you got more important things to do than fucking play professional blitzball in front of thousands of fans. Yep. Anyways.
Unless that's the only way to speak to their leader.
Good stuff. Okay. I don't see any interruption of service in games. We're just gonna continue playing next week. Based on how things are going, I have no idea what we're doing or what's going to happen. Let's just keep going and find out. That sounds good to me. We got Extra Life coming up, so there will be an interruption of service for Extra Life because I don't think anybody's going to be up for playing level 17, 18 Dungeons & Dragons at after 25 hours of Pathfinder. So probably we won't be playing November 3rd. That's what it seems like.
Fair.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah, think about it. I probably should take that Friday off.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Or the Monday for recovery. Yeah.
Monday off.
Just take the week.
I can't take either off because I took time off for the summer things that have happened, and then I'm doing that Japan trip in April. So it's like, yeah, I gotta be more careful with my leave. So I'm already exhausted thinking of Extra Life. That's okay. But we do have Extra Life coming up, and we got some cool sponsors. We got some big sponsors. We got some very fun stuff planned for it. So if you want to play in it, help us run it, or donate to it, would be happy for all of those things. So go ahead and hop onto the Discord, message us, let us know that you're interested. Currently, we have 2 groups of 4, but it does not hurt to have some backup people just in case. I would like to keep it 2 groups of 4, so, again, having some people that like, hey, I can't play the full 25 hours, but if somebody drops out halfway through, wake me up in the middle of the night, and I'll definitely help finish it up. So, stuff to keep in mind. We had a Blades in the Dark game that was run on the server yesterday. Sounds like it was very cool. I'm uploading the video to YouTube now. It should be live sometime tomorrow if you're curious about how it went and more about the system. It was kind of a tutorial, let's learn together game, so it's a good opportunity if you don't know anything about the system to find out about the system. Let's see. I'm not running any new games until the new year. All my games are currently underway. Does anybody have any other announcements before we adjourn?
I'm planning to run a game in October. So it's supposed to be an experiment where it's all fighters inside of like a 1 or 2 shot in Pathfinder. I'm thinking between people just have to make different fighters. So that's one of the stipulations that you have. You have a fighter. It's gonna be level 5. It's gonna be sort of spooky, and the idea is that you guys are stuck behind enemy lines and you need to get back to safety with something important. So
Sounds
look
pretty
out on
rad.
the server for that.
Nice.
Oh, and also, wish me luck tomorrow. I have a license exam.
Oh, good luck.
Wait, what do you
Good
have?
luck.
A licensing exam.
What does that mean? You don't have a driver's license?
No, architecture.
His license to kill.
Oh, I guess that is something I would want an architect
License
to have.
to build.
Oh,
Yeah,
true.
licenses to build, yeah. Are there people building stuff that aren't licensed?
So if you sign a building, you have to be licensed. But you can have people who aren't licensed work with you. So most firms have a bunch of architects that aren't licensed, and then one person who is licensed, and they're the one who
you're
takes
gonna
the
be
responsibility.
you're gonna be worth a lot more money. You know what I'm saying? Because
It's 6 tests.
They get the
This is-
stamp.
this could be Dom's building. Dom's building is like wow.
That's the point. Yeah.
Wow.
You get your
But
stamp.
I mean, you're in Florida though, right? So nobody's really paying much attention because the building's just gonna get knocked down with a hurricane anyways, right? Like you're not really.
No, we do a lot of work to make sure our buildings all look the same because we have to follow rules like that.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
I'm legally obligated to tell you.
Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up. Unnamed firm that Dom works for. We know that you guys do everything by the book, and you are super legit.
I could hear him uncocking the gun.
There's a lot of. I mean, I'll say there was a building that collapsed out here, and a lot of people got in a lot of trouble for that.
All right.
All right, beautiful. Anybody else have any other announcements before we adjourn?
Nope.
No.
All right. Beautiful.
All right.
I hope you guys have a good week, and we'll continue this next time.
Thanks for the game, and thanks everybody for watching.
You might have to save